this was my first opportunity to really discover where I live. I really didn't know a lot about it. It's up to us to give people a glimpse of what life is like in small town Pennsylvania.
So it all started in 2018, and we were introduced to the Orton Foundation. What's been going on, what's happening right now, where would we like to go from here? What was in Upper Chichester that made them feel that this was the place that they wanted to be?
We went through a 4-phase process that started with reaching out into the community and figuring out first who lives here, who works here, who worships here. And once we got a sense of who our community was, we went to dozens, over 50.
I thought was very beautiful. They had a commitment to the community. They were just waiting to find out what were we going to do about it.
Through the Heart and Soul process, I thought that the connections with other people, other residents.
Department of Community Economic Development and Pennsylvania Humanities Council. And we went out and started having meetings within the community. What do you think about the education in Upper Chi? What do you think about the business opportunities in Upper Chi? Are your kids, do they have places to play? You know, do you feel safe in Upper Chi?
We saw so many overlapping commonalities.
Community to continue to work together. And what I found through Heart and Soul is when you ask the question, people come alive in this community. They want to be a part of the answer.
Seeing the momentum build and how powerful it is when people do come together, even if it's just a small group of people, and how change can happen, even if it's just a few people that share.
Being involved in one of your programs, and this is the one I'm interested in, but it's just a piece of paper unless you pick it up and find something in here that kind of interests you and you'd like to get involved. And we certainly would like to invite you to get involved.
They're hungry, they're waiting. You are all going to be given 15 wings. Right here? Right here? All right. Here we go. Already in the water.
Hello, Upper Chichester. My name is Tony, the owner of Tone Spot. I'm happy to be here to be able to serve my community here today. As always, we have our Pay It Forward jar. Any of you guys out there can't afford to eat, you can come on down right here to my location and you can grab it right out the jar and serve yourself anything you see on our menu. Happy to be here.
We kicked off this year's summer camp with a bang. As children rolled in from every corner of the township, there was no shortage of every kid's favorite word: fun. The kids learned how to make homemade slime, as well as how to work collectively through team games.
Are our future, and we're helping them have fun and a good summer. And it's really exciting to hang out with like the little kids all day and help them learn and have fun. Definitely seeing like the kids like grow and like learn new things, and like also enjoying like games and different things with them, like especially like how we have like tennis and how we can go outside and how we're going to like field trips and stuff like that. I get to enjoy that with the kids and have fun with them.
Campers got to experience a variety of exciting activities and adventures that were educational, fun, and full of energy. So don't worry, parents, they're learning just as much as they're having a blast. Seeing the kids explore their imaginations and develop new skills was our focal point this year. We took on...
Let's go! Shy Camp at the Blue Rocks. Okay, let me see what you got, Sam.
We have 3 outs away.
There you go. There you go.
It's a perfect size.
Perfect size, huh? What do you have to say?
I like seeing the kids play the games and also interacting with them in the games. And now it's good to come in and see them working as a team and making some pretty cool plays. You know, it's like capture the flag, sharks and minnows, lots of games, a lot of variety, and they seem to have fun. And that's what makes it fun for us. Community, you know? they really care about these kids, and you can tell through all the events that they plan. I'm a bit biased, but creativity is in everything you do. Every game we play, you're thinking, you're coming up with something. So I try to make them use their brains as much as possible. Whether it's a puzzle a day or something artistic like painting, I want them to do something creative, because everybody's creative. They just don't know it yet. You know, you got to bring it out of them. So creativity is one of the things I harp on the most.
The kids this year were amazingly imaginative, and we can't wait to see what they come up with next year.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Good evening, everybody. Welcome to the Upper Chichester Board of Commissioners meeting, April 14th, 2022. George, can you do roll call, please?
Sure. Commissioner Baco?
By telephone first, and then we'll go to the audience. Anybody have a citizen comment by dialing 571-748-4021. That number again is 571-748-4021. And enter in the PIN 3571690.
Department is an overview of our fire report for the month of March. Fire department responded to 80 calls for the month of March with no field responses, which is really good. We've already had 2 this month. Daytime's quick response and get that fire out before it escalated. March 24th, we had a detached garage fire, 500 block of Taylor Avenue, which was pretty much a total loss for that garage and the contents. We've had 2 motor vehicles accidents with entrapment. In March, mutual aid alarms, we assisted Aston on 2 working residential house fires. Lower Chichester ordered. It's a 95-foot reach bucket. Guys are currently now mounting and training on that truck as we speak. We expect to have that truck in service probably late June, early July. You'll be seeing that truck around. I'm sure some of you have seen it. We got to get everybody's got to get minimal driving time to operate it. So it's going to take time. But thank you.
Thank you, John. Does anybody have any questions for the chief?
No, I just wanted to add to just to say a thank you to Upper Chi Fire Department and specifically the Ogden location for agreeing to take the to house the Darby Township fire trucks that we have that we need to house. So thank you for that.
We are housing actually a couple of fire trucks.
Right.
We've got some empty base and an open station. So yes, we're currently holding a EMSs. Yeah, that's paid. So they keep their own records. They run over 2,000 calls a year. So they're pretty busy. It's only gonna get busier. I mean, EMS is a tough ball game. There's fewer and fewer ambulances, fewer and fewer ALS ambulances in town, and there could be fewer coming up. We're not sure what's going to happen with Crozier and being bought out by Christiana. So, yes.
Thank you, John.
Anybody else on the left side, the right side in the room? Any comments on the right side? State your name and your address and your telephone number in case you want us to get back to you.
Good evening. My name is Jeff Warner from 256 Meeting House Road. My number is 267-634-5487. Essentially have a question. I lived next to Car Deals now for 21 years, and it seemed to have an ongoing problem between us. As of late, Mr. Finley, who is apparently married into the family, has had problems with me and such. I've made numerous reach out attempts by writing and or verbally talking with township officials in regards to some of the violations that Mr. Finley has, ongoing things that are going there, and I've had my concerns at my property.
For Mr. Finley or regarding your,
In regards, yes, what ongoing things, complaints that essentially that I have that Mr. Finley is, I think, ongoing doing. There's a small patch of grass between our driveways that in 2018, I received a letter first about high weeds. I removed, and the particular code enforcement officer that was taking pictures, I told him that day I would have the weeds cut. At the street, he was taking pictures, and I did that. I received a letter that it was weeds between the driveway. I cut all the weeds between the driveway on my side of the driveway. I then received a citation for a high weed. When I responded to the township, hey, what weed are we talking about? Because I cut all the weeds. I got nothing, and I had to schedule a hearing. I went in on the hearing date, and I was told, you don't have a hearing. It was withdrawn yesterday because you complied. Now, that was 2018. Weeds have been growing up in that center strip. I've been very long from what he had told me when he talked to me. And these weeds aren't cut, but I've discovered that there's no letters written, no citations, no questioning or anything to Mr. Finley in regards to these things. And he's been grading his property, putting things in. I've made comment about falling on deaf ears. So I just am asking the council, is somebody going to look into this, maybe respond or?
no, I'll get hold of the inspector tomorrow, or the manager can.
Means that 2 out of every 3 calls are for something that maybe someone does not like. However, we can't find a law that we have that prevents them from doing those activities. I can tell you that in that vicinity of that area, we've received numerous calls. We do receive numerous calls for various properties in that area, and we do typically respond. We typically do not engage conversations back and forth.
Perspective. Mr. Finley called against disabled vehicles and junk and debris. I responded with a letter to him asking for clarification, explaining the weeds were taken care of, such as in 2018. There was 8 officers fully dressed in SWAT uniforms and M16s at my property to arrest me. And they didn't even ask me word one in the regards to the question. I've since been found innocent of those charges. And Mr. Finley now is being brought on charges of his threatening myself and my son.
That's a criminal matter that the courts.
I understand that, but in other words, the township, I would think, would be concerned how things.
And I do apologize, they are.
But if I get a call or, communication within a
We'll
week
find
or
out.
so, that is perfectly fine.
That's fine.
I understand everybody has busy lives. I just would like to, get some sort of
Okay,
communication going.
all right. Thank you very much.
I thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you. George, we have his number, right? There, thank you. Any other?
George, are there a number of corrections where they made? George?
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. Any other questions? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? So ordered. Okay, the next few will be read by Madam Vice President Nicole Whitaker, number 6 through 10.
Thank you. Health and Recreation Program for improvements to the CBL ball fields, including the installation of a fitness trail, park amenities, stormwater management, and a parking lot.
Second?
Any questions? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? So ordered.
Consider a motion granting a fee waiver to State Representative Brian Kirkland for a cancer awareness luncheon at the municipal building on April 29th, 2022, from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m.
Second?
Any questions? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? So ordered.
Consider a motion granting a fee reduction to the Big Bounce of America for the rental of Ferry Roads Fields 1 and 2 from August 31st to September 13th, 2022, to be collected in the amount of $8,400.
Second.
Any questions?
I think this is our fields right down below, correct?
Correct.
And how long do we use it for?
From August 31st through September 13th, so look
weeks.
about 2 weeks.
And they have the insurance, right, George? All that? Any damage to the fields would be,
Correct.
okay. Any other questions? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
So ordered.
Consider a motion agreeing to the,
Yes, I-
Okay, sorry about that.
Huh?
I didn't know if that I was a no or what.
What?
Who was for it?
I oppose.
Oh, he opposed.
you
Yeah,
opposed.
one opposed.
One
Yes,
opposed, okay.
that's what I thought. Okay.
Consider a motion agreeing to the terms of the first addendum to lease agreement with Chichester School District to.
So
All right, I'll-
ordered.
Okay.
I'll be
I'll
right
read-
there.
Okay,
Oh, here you go. Okay.
sorry about that.
So, hold on 1 second, please. Can you keep the noise down though, please?
We watching that Phillies game?
I'm sorry, a nurse called out, which is why I'm not at the meeting, and a new nurse is coming in, and I had to greet him at the door. I apologize for the
You're
noise.
fine, it's fine,
You're
Joe.
fine, Joe. We're
Go
good.
ahead. Go ahead.
Okay. Consider a motion ratifying the employment agreement with Marco Benelli for the position of Director of Finance with the Upper Chichester Township. So moved.
Second.
Any questions? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? So ordered.
Consider a motion. Aye.
Opposed? So ordered.
Consider a motion ratifying the contract with Semperion for a township phone system. So moved.
Second.
Any questions? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? So ordered.
Consider a motion approving the list of bills in the amount of $879,000.
Second.
Any questions? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? So ordered. From number 17 to 21, Commissioner Gaudioso.
Thank you. I'd like to consider a resolution conditionally approving the reverse subdivision application submitted by Boothman Fire Company, number 1, located at 1405 Meeting House Road.
Second.
Any questions? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? So ordered.
Consider a motion granting MIPC LLC a waiver from the Township Stormwater Management Ordinance codified in Chapter 490 of the Upper Chichester Township Code of Ordinances for their pipeline replacement project.
Second.
Any questions? I just want to make a statement. They were here last week with the presentation, the pipeline, and people could review the minutes or the meeting from last week for this waiver that they were asking for. All in favor?
Aye. I had a comment.
Uh,
Sorry about that.
That's okay. Did they get anywhere regarding CSX? Have they been able to make any progress there?
I put them in touch with Rodney.
Under Pennsylvania Act 135.
Second.
Any questions? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? So ordered.
The board consider a motion authorizing the township professionals to prepare and advertise an ordinance amending the
That we would have, be able to meet with the planner, the engineer, myself, and each of the individual commissioners prior to the next meeting so we can.
$797.00 for the work to be completed, 0 cents for the work to be completed in the Creekside development, and furthermore authorize the township treasurer to debit the escrow account of Costa Homes, and furthermore authorize the township solicitor to take any steps necessary to recoup any amount spent over and above the escrow from Costa Homes.
Second.
Any questions? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? So ordered. Number 22 through, goodness, it's all yours, Joe, 22 to 26. Commissioner Viaco.
Consider a motion approving the expenditure for the emergency repair of the main water line at the municipal building with Moore Construction Services Incorporated, a CoStarz vendor, in the amount of $41,997.50.
Second.
Any questions? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? So ordered.
Consider a motion awarding the Somerset Drainage Improvement Project bid to J&S Paving and Excavating Corporation in the amount of $123,752.
Second.
Any questions? Do we start? I know we talked about this with the ARPA money and stuff, or how we're going to do it out of our capital improvements and vice versa. Do we have to start any of this process for any of this?
This project was budgeted in the capital project budget for the year. So
Okay.
Do we know JNS? Do we know them?
I did not. I had to do a little bit of research to make sure that they've done work similar to this. We should be good. They've actually worked quite a bit with Falcon Engineering,
Okay.
who actually did the design for this project.
Gotcha. Okay.
big municipalities up in Montgomery County as well, which is kind of where Falcon is located.
Okay. Okay. Good. They sound similar to another company, and I was like, wait a minute, let's make sure. So, okay.
Any other questions? Not, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? So ordered.
Consider a motion approving payment number 4 in the amount of $46,217.50 to Premier Concrete Incorporated for the Chichester Avenue Streetscape Project.
Second.
Chichester Avenue Streetscape, a decrease in the amount of $326.
Second.
Any questions? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? So ordered.
But we're getting big money back. darn it.
320.
Consider a resolution ratifying an escrow release processed on April 20, 2021 for Chester Water Authority in the amount of $15,122.50.
So moved.
Second is
Second.
Mike. Yeah. George, did we find out, or are they back there again, or what? The only reason I said I saw all the equipment there prior to this coming to us.
It looks like there's a leak out on right at Chai where you come into the development.
Oh, okay.
So they're going to be cutting out some work there.
Do we have to hold any of this for that, or no? Or is this just a repair?
This was previously released to them for that other project.
Okay. Any other questions? Not? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? So ordered. That would do it. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? So ordered. Now, we'll move along to the commissioners' reports. Start out with Madam Vice President Nicole Whitaker.
Again, not too much going on this Saturday. We are having the annual Easter egg event here at the township in conjunction with the church, and it's going to be from 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. So please make sure you bring the children out. We're hoping for good weather. I'm not sure. I think Saturday is supposed to be okay. If it's not, we'll bring it indoors, but otherwise, Chief, I'm gonna ask you, and or George, the tractor trailers at 452, the old meeting house. What do we have any updates on that? And I would just like some more clarity on the building is abandoned. So is it that anyone can park there, or is it like I just need to be able to explain to residents why those trucks are
6 different violations that are happening. However, they all pertain to the owner of the property. And at this point, we cannot get a hold of the owner of the property. I did have a conversation slightly with the lawyer the other day about they were calling representing the mortgage holder of the property asking about various fees owed to it. So we were hoping that these letters with the, here's all the potential things that could happen, would stave people off. But I drove by yesterday and there's 2 sitting there still, so it's really not working. So I think Mike, we're going to have to sit down and look for what's our, okay, good.
Okay, thank you.
Or, Mr. Pierce, are we allowed to put barricades up since it's?
They were supposed to, by the end of the week, have that demobilized. So I'm not sure what happened, whether it was the weather that staved them off, but according to Bill Gavin, it was to be removed, demobilized this week.
The backhoe was supposed to be removed?
The excavator, yes.
Gotcha.
But
Okay.
it's in a different position now. I noticed.
So everything is removed that they were taken out? Or
Everything
demolition
they've
or
been
whatever?
permitted for at this point
Installed.
has been removed.
So we still have that one
the
building?
tanks, the canopy, and so the buildings are still remaining.
Anything else for Commissioner Whitaker? We'll move along to Commissioner Joe Neary.
Thank you, everybody. The financial reports are available in the book and also in your at the township office for review. The tax collector's monthly report to our taxing district is available. I really appreciate that report. Also, the list of the township exonerations. The police report is available at the office, and I just wanted to.
Now we'll move along to Commissioner Mike Gaudioso.
Thank you. All my reports are on file. If anybody's interested in stopping at the office and looking at them. Reported almost on everything last week. Just have a couple highlights that I'd like to go over. Once again, the trash along the 322. Hopefully we can reach out to the state to get that cleaned up. The for sale sign in front of Kate's Glen, the old sign, that is starting to come apart. So I'm hoping that we can get that down soon. And at the corner of Bethel and Larkin Road, there is a shopping cart in an open parcel field that's undeveloped. I'll be stopping down to the township tomorrow to see how we can get that removed also. Other than that, I'd like to wish everybody a happy Easter, and hope everybody has a very nice time with their families, and I will see everybody next month.
Anything to be brought to the attention of Commissioner Gaudioso? If not, we'll move along to Third Ward, Joe Bianco.
Thank you. Just wanted to check, we talked last week about the full-time and part-time hires. We put that advertisement out yet, George?
With Jim Putman this morning, we're going to have that out Monday morning.
Okay. Sure. The trash routes, I think we have come up with a final route. We're real close. And as soon as we decide if that's what we want to go with, I'll present it to you all. I mean, I don't know if you just want to have Pike come in and meet with us, or just go with what we come up with, or tell me.
I think we all can't get together at one time or whatever, but Puck could reach out to each one of us. It's almost like what Mr. Neary was doing with the firemen and the incentive. This is the first step. There may be a little hiccup. I mean, they may have to go back to the drawing table and say, hey, but it's going to be a change.
Yeah.
And we need to have the answers for the residents, because changes,
Some people's dates
or some trash days may be a little change, but it's not that we're not picking up the trash or the big trash still, and then recycling. So I don't know what it is. I like to know it just to see it, and so they could proceed on.
So are we down to deciding between two different routes, or what are?
pretty much, there'll be recycling every week, but it won't be, yours will still be collected every other week. We're gonna have less trucks on the road.
Gotcha.
You know what
Okay.
I mean? Where the guys that usually do the recycling will probably be with the highway full time.
Right.
Doing more constructive stuff.
So I think that, when is the implementation date? When are we looking to
That's
start?
one of the things we're still discussing.
Okay.
And how to make other residents aware. And
Right. So that was going to be my next point.
Yes.
Is I think that we should definitely, obviously sit down as a board, but
Soon.
also have it public meetings so that, and advertise the routes and how that should be done. So we should definitely advertise that and have the meetings, you know, live streamed on, you know, Facebook or wherever we're going to post it for people that can't be here. But that's a big change, and we definitely need to get ahead of it.
Yeah, we think the communication is going to be key, but probably the most effective way is some type of, like, you know, a door hanger or sticker that tells people what their new trash day would be. When they recalculated the routes for efficiency, a large portion of the people will have a new trash day. So it's going to change for the majority of the township. But then we will have an outreach strategy where we'll have social media meetings and you know, door knockers and all that. You know, we would like, depending on when we can get this all finalized, we initially published a trash schedule through the end of June. So ideally, it would be picking up July 1st. However, we need to know if that timeframe is realistic based off of the information from the consultant.
Right, so is the
They cooperated together.
so the consultant is still involved?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
The only thing is, like you were saying, with all the meetings with the public, our heavy months are the summertime because everybody's barbecuing, cooking, and cleaning.
People
and
are
all that.
away. You
So
mean they're empty
you may
meetings.
be, unfortunately, implementing September, but at least get it ready so September 1st or whatever we're ready for it.
That's something else we got to work on too. Our guys go away and stuff too. Our
Right.
heavy vacation weeks, we got to make sure
Right.
that it's not going to, you know, put us at a bad spot. Yeah, that's
Okay.
Okay.
kind of got the route we want, but we're making sure it's good. That explained it pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
The only other thing I wanted to touch on is, I think we all got the email from George about the brake retarders on that stretch of 322.
Yes.
I had a certain resident in that area, and we got it this time. I know when Michael went for it, we were denied, but miracle. Yeah. I don't know what I mean. And I think Craig Williams' office had a lot to do with that, I think. I'll say thank you to them.
Suggestion based off of the conversation and what's happening is that if you have any other that you wanted explored, this would be the time to explore them. So please send them in.
Do we still have the list from Naaman's Creek Road? And what was the other one, like Chai Avenue somewhere?
I forget what the other one was at.
Well, I'm going to resend the
major-
old list, but if there was
Yeah.
anything else you were thinking at this time, you should probably send it in.
I want to send a portion of Chi Avenue, right before you get to our entrance coming down the hill, them trucks.
Send me a note, give me a call.
I'm giving it to you right now.
Try to get them in as soon as possible, because I know the list we came in, they gave us a completely different street. It's like, okay. So,
Just, I guess it would be from Chelsea to Fjord to, I would say to Larkin, you know what I mean?
No, just to echo what Commissioner Bach was saying,
80% probably are in Upper Chichester, so they are continuous busy. The new medic unit's back, that they're waiting for that to be certified by the state. Every unit you have full-timers on has helped them out. Full-timers on has helped them out tremendously. It's other little hiccups that they could try to get together in their own, and with maybe a medic car by itself as a, like they were saying, with the outside community service with Luther Knowles and 808 Conchester, that they're always there constantly. Most of the time it's accidents at the medic units or the building fires that they all respond on. So, but they have been busy. So is there anything else for mine? And thank everybody with this grant. Hopefully the grant goes in on time on April 27th and we're approved for the Boothwyn Town Center, because we still have the issue on Bluebell Avenue with tractor trailers making left-hand turns from Chi Avenue to.
The individuals of the Planning Commission, the zoning hearing board with these training classes have been asking to independently be able to take them from home. So yeah, every time we do that, there's a single cost for each class for each person. So I just want to get some clarification eventually as to how we want to manage that budget, because we could pay a fee of $100 and host it here and they could all attend, or we can pay $1,000 for the 10 of them to each individually take it. So I think we just need to flush that out, how we want to make sure we spend the money on that. But
copies for your packets, but I can forward it over to everybody for that one. The medics, they give us the report of the breakdown of the monthly calls.
Right, so my
And
question is, why don't they just email it to George?
He does, they do. It goes to him and me. And then
Okay.
George just,
Gotcha.
well, we just got the fire marshal tonight, the emergency management, he's the first of the month, it's always there.
Okay.
The medic, this is the first time in a minute that we've never received one for that, so we'll get
Okay.
that by Monday. So, anything to be brought to the attention of myself? Now we'll move to Mr. or manager before I go to the professionals real quick.
all reports are on file and the township offices are closed tomorrow for Good Friday. Happy Easter, everybody. Thank you.
Yes. Now we'll move to our professionals, or engineer Lisa Catania.
Thank you. I did go through my report pretty thoroughly. Just wanted to advise that the AutoZone has started their punch list work. So they'll be working until they close that punch list out. I've got a Dunkin' Donuts plan that I believe we should be getting ready for recording shortly. So that's a positive thing. I also just wanted to mention that we do have the Community Development Block Grant where you did the change order this evening. We do have a final invoice for that project. That project will be closed out. So any of the scope of work that was part of the Community Development Block Grant that we received for Chichester Avenue, we will be sending an application in the amount of $73,818.30. That's the Community Development Block Grant. We'll continue with the second phase. The second phase of that streetscape work is with PennDOT currently in review. Otherwise, I can report general progress or answer any questions.
How are we on the road program? Ready to go out?
The
Or
road
is there a
program
list?
is on Penbin as of Monday morning.
Okay.
So we're good with that.
All right, that's good. Anything to be brought to the attention, engineer? Now we'll move to our solicitor, Mike Pierce.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. We went over my written report in detail last week. At this time, all the action items that we needed from my end were taken care of, and everything else is in order. Nothing to report.
Anything to be brought to the attention is
Well attended. It was a very nice presentation. They donated a whole lot of money to a whole lot of organizations in the county. And I spoke to the real estate person at one point, and they were certainly appreciative of the support of the Board of Commissioners for getting that property developed as relatively quickly as it was. So I wanted to convey that to everybody. Thank you.
Joe, did they give any money to the library?
No.
Yeah, I didn't think so.
Well, they at our last library meeting, that was announced, Nicole, that they hadn't given it to us.
That was the grant. Yes, they did not give us any grant money, but I'm saying you said that they had another event and they were giving out money. So I just wanted to note it
No.
for the record that they did not give the library any money. Thank you.
Yeah, I want to thank Joe. He was there. I wanted to make it myself, but it did honor also the Special Olympics. There was a few Special Olympic participants that are always there. They had their medals on and the pictures and all that stuff, and they did present them. I don't know if the Special Olympics even got any money, to be honest, but they were,
Yes, they did.
okay, I wasn't sure. I was so.
They got $1 million, I believe.
For the whole group. Yeah.
Yeah.
I asked the wife, maybe she'll get in that, but she's on the Special Olympics too. They've been doing the bowling for 10 years now, so they were all happy to be there. So, matter of fact, they hired a few of them, or one girl in there. But it was a nice event. I wasn't able to attend it, but I'm glad Joe was there, and I'm glad my wife and the other participants were there. So maybe we could get in on a picture of it, because I know I have a picture. So other than that, happy Easter. We need a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All in favor?
Aye.
Out of here. Meeting come to order. We'll have the pledge.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States. Rakowski.
Here.
Commissioner Neary.
Here.
Commissioner Whitaker. Lisa Catania. Michael Pierce. And myself, George Needles, present.
Before we get into our meeting tonight, we have a presentation for the MIPC stormwater waiver request.
Very fancy. I like it. Okay. Hello, everyone. My name is Caroline Kerr. I'm the maintenance lead at MIPC Pipeline. Here today to talk about our project for replacement of pipe along the right-of-way from I-95. It's hard to show you here, but the old pipeline's right here, and the other one's about 10 to 15 feet away in the same location there. The existing line that is there will be free of product, nitrogen purged, and grouted on the end, and will stay in the place there. So project is very simple, a replacement of the pipe, installing new pipe, and leaving the existing pipe in place. As part of the project, thus far with our discussions, they have concerns over safety in their site. So we are having trouble getting full approval from them, but we are fully aware of the township's concerns. We're working on it, and we would like to know if the township does have any contacts there, which I do understand from George that you may, that we could, there's no harm or threat in leaving it there, so we're gonna leave it in place there.
It's still within their limit. It's not like they're expanding.
Now, you're here tonight for the presentation, but also I see it's for a waiver for stormwater. Is that part of the presentation, or just the access from CSX for our help?
Yeah, I mean, this is, yeah, we are here for the stormwater waiver. That's why I wanted to present the project to you. As part of it, we had to submit for a grading permit, and as part of that, there is a stormwater aspect of that.
Let me, I can expound on that if so that everyone is aware of what's going on. Under your stormwater ordinance, it's not, the stormwater ordinance has regulations concerning additional impervious, but they also have if there is a certain amount of disturbance. This project is 2.4, 2.7 acres of disturbance. So it is actually going through the county NPDES program, and it actually triggers our stormwater ordinance. So my suggestion, we know that we have several problems at the ends of many of these streets in Twin Oaks, that in lieu of them doing a stormwater facility within that right-of-way, they would give us a fee in lieu for that stormwater project, which would help, I think, the residents of Twin Oaks much more than what we would get out of it for the right-of-way.
Correct. And MIPC is in favor of having those discussions with the township so that we can better help the residents of the area.
There is no existing stormwater issues along the residential area and the pipeline that exists today that we know of?
What I'm saying is that
I-
we're aware of stormwater issues within the neighborhood of Twin Oaks.
Right. Anything from the pipeline now?
Right now, there are 3 cross pipes that are under the access road, and they'll need to get cleared because right now they are filled with sediment.
Does anybody have any questions? Board?
Just going back to the existing line, what is it servicing now? Okay. And the amount of the fee in lieu of it, has there been a monetary amount established yet for that or discussion with it? Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? Everybody good? Thank you very much.
Thank you all for your time.
Yep. If you could just stay for a few seconds, I do have to open it up to the citizens' comment. We do it online. So if there's anybody that calls in, if they have any questions regarding your presentation and anything that may be on our agenda. At this time, I'll be opening it up to the residents that are not able to attend the meeting. They could be dialed on 571-748-4021. And that number again is 571-748-4021 and entering 181-187-931 #. As I said, enter 181-187-931 #. To unmute your phone, *6. Will be, and when you unmute your phone, state your name and address and telephone number if you want to get us to get back to you. And we'll be given 2 to 3 minutes for the lines to be open. Thank you. Meeting. Is there any citizen comments tonight from the audience? No, there's no citizen comments from the audience tonight. We will go into our meeting. Thank you very much. We'll start out with our township professionals. We'll start out with the engineer report, Lisa Catania, engineer.
Thank you, Mr. President. First thing on my agenda is the Somerset drainage projects. We received 6 bids for that remedial project. The low bid was that of JNS in the amount of $123,752. We are recommending that award pending whatever funding agreement that the township has entered into, and I don't know what that is at this point. Creekside Village, we went out to 4 landscapers to get, again, remedial action from the developer who's more or less left the site. We received 2 bids. The low bid, and your report says 19,310. The low bid was 19,797. The original bid, I called him and asked him to give me a revised price because they only put 5 trees in, there should be 10. So the additional monies, that 19,797 adds the 5 trees, 5 shade trees that Costa actually put in, and then they needed to be removed because they were within the right of way for Southern Delaware County Authority SWOR. I'm not sure where we're going with that. I haven't spoken to Commissioner Neary at this point. The next bid was $31,000, so we've got quite a discrepancy. Brightview, who is the low bidder, is actually the landscaper for Creekside Village. So
What, I forget, I remember reading the report, but what's available in the escrow account?
10,000.
10,000, right? Okay, so we have to make a decision about the other $9,200. Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
Yes. The Boothwyn Firehouse reverse subdivision resolution, Dave wasn't able to make, Dave Damon was not able to make. We talked about that stormwater waiver, I think, is something that can help the community. So I would recommend that waiver. I believe in your packets, you have a listing of all of the road program. So there's a street list. The total for I'm going to call it a wish list, was $909,487.33. How we got 33 cents, I don't know, but it's plus or minus 20%. We're 33 cents. So we will need to get a final list. We do have an authorization to bid that road program, as you recall, last month. I will tell you that just in the past week, the tonnage price went up $3. So the longer we hold, the more expensive it's going to be.
So the list we have in front of us, I mean, is not it's part of the wish list from the beginning, or did we cut it a little bit, George?
Before everybody leaves tonight, I would like to go through that and pare that down to your numbers. So yours is done.
Yeah, that's,
Yep.
yeah,
And then we've done a couple so far. So I have one copy that is going around that we can kind of hack away at.
So even if we go through this list at the end of tonight and bid it out, and it doesn't come as high as it is on this paper tonight, we still
alternate and bid it like that. So that way we have a base bid that we know can be completed. And if the bids are low enough, we could add in those last ones.
Right. Just so everyone's aware, last year when we did this, go down.
A penny?
Keep your fingers crossed. Yes. The stormwater projects, Put sent over a list. I've revised that list and the priorities. We are probably going to have a public works meeting. So Jean Marie and Put and I are going to come up with a different date sometime next week. Though I should have that, the stormwater project priority list, and then we'll give that to the board. The board can decide where we should be spending the funding that we do have. Some other things that are going on, you do have a copy of my report. In your packet is the change orders. We have the final invoice for community development, some of the multimodal funds available for the second phase. So we will have that on the agenda next week. I also have an additional invoice for the multimodal portion of the project, and that's in lease at the meeting Thursday. Probably not. My guess is we'll hold that until the May meeting, but that project is essentially closed out from a construction standpoint. Duncan, I can report that the comments on that resolution. The Gare Plastics, that cost estimate was approved. The agreements have been signed. The plans have been signed for recording. So that construction project, that addition will be starting shortly as well. Working with Brian to put together a grant application for, Dell and I are working on that. The thermoplastic pavement bid, we received those bids, that's in my report. Just wanted to see if it's available on CoStars. That may be a cheaper price. That's all I have at this point, unless anybody has any questions.
I didn't want to interrupt you.
Sure.
Somerset Drainage Product, that bid was low by a lot. You said you were going to check, but
On the street study, parking study, Pat Gardendale, we met.
Yeah, you know what, I talked to Al today and I didn't ask him about it.
We're putting together the survey to send out to the residents.
Okay, that is correct. All right, thank you.
Yep.
The stormwater one?
It looks like they dug into the road. They had a road opening permit of some type.
Okay.
And now they look like they're subsiding.
I'll take, I was past
Okay.
there, I didn't notice it, but I'll take a look and see whether or not it's something.
Rosales, with the property below Burkle, the Rosales property, that is actually engineeringly correct in terms of its ability to remediate the water runoff.
So the answer to that is they have provided us with certified engineering report that says that if all the work is completed,
right,
along with Burkle, and there is work
In the 2.5 foot wide swale today.
Okay.
Stormwater flow today. There is absolutely, to answer your question, the report, my review of the report says that the proof is in the pudding, more or less. We need to see the design calculations and plans for into the Burkle site. Burkle it's holding some water and then it's gushing right through 1703 Eric's rear yard. They did have silt fence.
Work that he's doing in other places. He's taking trees and dumping them back in at the very back of the property, and more chips have been added as well. So I don't know if that's going to impact it as well, but we can look at it.
Well, candidly, if they are putting more things back there, it's going to slow the water flow down. So coming from Burkle property, which is, the problem is that it's rushing out and it's gushing out because they don't have anything to stop it there. So we were, if I can just jump in here, we were in court with them this past week. They said, what have you done? And the answer is, in 18 months, they haven't done anything. The judge said, I'm done. I'm finished. You're guilty. Appeal it to the court if you want. So appeal it to the next level if you want. But as far as I'm concerned, you haven't done anything. And I said, Judge, all we're asking for is compliance.
Down, and that is down. I actually called the other day because I wanted to know, I called my office as I was going past it to find out why a piece of equipment would still be there. No one seems to know at this point. They're not doing any work. It's been there for about a week now.
Are the tanks still there?
I think they took the tanks out.
The tanks are gone
Okay.
already, yeah, but that wasn't under our permit. That's not a
Well,
permit.
right, that's,
Yeah, but
The-
they
the-
did have a permit to take the canopy down. Our understanding is that they are going to leave just the car wash buildings. His intention
anything
is-
I have is, it's always dark there. They never keep a light on in the parking lot. And now if you're going to have nothing but stone and issues of people going in and out from the tenant across the street, they're going to be using that parking lot too. But if we could reach out to them, at least keep a couple lights on in the parking
Yeah,
lot
see
for
if we
safety.
can't get it secured.
Right.
Okay. I'll ask Bill to do that tomorrow.
Completed pretty much all of our health inspections at this point. So we are waiting right now for the judge to make a decision on the injunction, and there was a declaratory judgment action that was filed in the county asking that we be permitted to opt out and continue working as we have been. That their draft indicates a 1 year, but I will review that. We'll have that for approval at next week's meeting. The developers agreement, as the engineer indicated, the escrow and security agreements, as well as the stormwater management agreements for Gear Plastics project have been drafted and are in the hands of the developer for review and signature based on the information that we have. The public remote participation for meetings resolution that we'll need to have, but I expect to have that for review over the next month.
Things aren't being taken out. There seems to be different objects coming towards
Yeah,
the road. I
do
don't know if we
that,
took any pictures.
I do know that Keith is arranging for the drone surveillance of the property so we get the current pictures while the foliage is still down.
Okay, anybody have anything for the solicitor? Anything else?
We don't want to rush these things.
Well, I think they're willing to do whatever we want. I know that the
That's, yeah, it's time. Are they doing it, are we doing it, or what?
So, we have not gotten an appraisal of that property. I could ask the board for authorization for that. I did get an.
Yeah.
At this point, because they would have to submit that they can't do anything without the court approval to sell that property. So we should see that. If it seems within line, we should be okay.
At this point, that was probably about over a year ago that we had that conversation. So we'll just.
Okay.
We'll follow up on that.
I don't want to beat a dead horse to death, but the case I would, I would suggest that we, if the board decides to take the path forward, that we do our own appraisal of the property also.
Yeah, we could take a look at what they have already and then take it from there. But you're right, we need to start talking to the individual parties. And like Mr. Pierce said, we have an agreement or have something to extend it for another year. If we don't come, we have trees that we're taking care of, and the more we're going to keep doing. That's something we have a year to do. If we don't do something in a year, then it goes by the wayside.
Yeah, the issue I've run into so far in searching for a grant is that it is a publicly owned piece of property for the good of the public. And so the ask of the transfer is to transfer it to another public entity. It is escrow resolutions. So far at this point, we only have one escrow resolution. You will notice as you read through the resolution that it's a ratification of a previous action. As we were prepping through the audit, we found a release to Chester Water Authority that took place during the midst of COVID. Yeah, I'll check with Patel's grant. That is for the CBL construction project that Lisa had mentioned that she's working on with Brian Warren and Brian Siddell. The Act 135 petitioner request. So I've been, as you know, I've been working with the county on some activities down in the Linwood Heights neighborhood. And in your binders today is a inspection report for 1901 Huddle. This is a property that's been vacant for about 6 years in the township. So they are ready to use this as a pilot project for the county and then sold off to put back into productive use. The telephone system, as you know, we had an issue with Windstream where they've notified us at the very last moment that they would no longer be providing us telephone services due to the type of wiring that services the township. We had to react and do our due diligence to find a phone system that we'd be able to utilize. That phone system is 90% up and running and will be 100% up and running by tomorrow. And I asked the board to ratify the previous action approving that. The second ward appointment for SDCA, Commissioner Whitaker has an appointment that she'd like to make for for SDCA, so that'll be on the agenda. There's also 2 recreation fee waivers wins in a row. It's the Big Bounce program. So they are looking to utilize our facilities this year if the board is interested in allowing them to be rented out in that manner. They would need to obviously we require them to have insurance, the full blown everything. So in your packets is a little synopsis of the weekends that they'd be looking to do that and the cost structure that Brian came up with that would make sense if we were to rent out to something like that. So we're looking for feedback in general on that, as well as, feedback for the waiver if the board is in favor of that. It appears that we have reached an agreement with the candidate for the finance director position. So I will have approval of that contract on the agenda for next week. And the other item that I have is, so I've been working with the township engineer, the township traffic engineer, and the township planner on various things that we've kind of had outstanding from a planning perspective, zoning perspective, and a couple other, problem areas. And one of the things that has come up as kind of a low-hanging fruit thing that we can do is take a look at the zoning map and address some amendments to the zoning map. We have a lot of areas that have been identified over the past couple of years as parcels that are owned by one owner that may have one or two of the parcels that are combined be like a residential, where the rest are commercial. Meet with you all individually and then in some small work groups to go over some of these properties in your wards, to talk about them and make sure that everything is in line with that it's moving in the right direction. And that's all I have.
Anything to be brought to the attention of the manager? George? George, you went on Huddle Avenue with this Act 135. Was this ever on the, not a repository, but the judicial sale or anything? Is there somebody own this?
Yeah, it's an owner who has walked away from the property. It is delinquent in taxes for, I believe it's from 2018 forward. So it meets the qualifications for this program. They haven't responded to certified letters, things like that.
I mean, just looking at some of the report, and if it never sold at a judicial sale for anybody, which would the grant cover if it would ever have
Renovations or possibly tear the property down, depending on what's as they get into a better inspection. We were able to do this preliminary inspection through a administrative search warrant due to the property being having open violations and being vacant.
Okay. That said, we'll move on to the commissioners. Vice President, Madam Vice President Nicole Whitaker.
Thank you. Recreation Committee did review, and everyone pretty much was in agreement with the cost that they're proposing. Again, this is a proposal, so we can definitely discuss it more, send your feedback or comments for that. And then State Representative Kirkland is hosting a cancer event, so Cancer Awareness Luncheon on Friday, April the 29th, here at the Township Building from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. And he is also asking for a request for a waiver for that event.
Getting in touch so that he could also support the application for the RCAP grant.
Okay. All right, that's all I have. Thank you. Thanks, Joe.
To see if we can handle it the way we think we might be able to encourage all of the firefighters. The problem with the program, as stated in the old in the state law with the EIT and the real estate taxes, is, for example, juniors don't generally have real estate taxes and probably don't generate enough income for the EIT to be a significant incentive to them. So we're looking at as you all know, you all have the incentive program proposal. We hope that will
payment, and that triggered a lot of other issues. The other concern that I have is we don't have, that proposal indicates that there are a number of firefighters that don't live within the township. I don't know that we have the ability to regulate those incentives for when things like gift cards have been utilized or monetary payments. They have determined that may be violative of the agent salary issue. So I will take a look at it. I am.
That's okay. Thank you. Just a couple items. 900 Township Line Road, the reverse subdivision. 8105 Bethel Road, it's still under review. And 650 Cherry Tree Road, there's no action at this time. They have an extension until July 30th, 2022. That's the housing development in the 3rd Ward. And then 3709 Chichester Avenue, it's still in an indefinite extension. So
close to a year now. Hasn't sold one yet.
what?
Do get calls every once in a while from realtors asking if those are,
Buildable lots.
yeah. And the answer is every time that it is currently one lot with a house on it.
Michael, there's really no official.
Kate's Glen, yeah.
So speaking of Kate's Glen, my only other concern is if we can get try to get that sign down. It's been up there for a significant amount of time now, and the area can use a cleaning. So if we have to reach out every month, then that's what we need to do. But thank you.
The starting salary is what's the after them positions. So I'm going to ask the board if they would mind if I got in conversation with the union and see if they cut that in half, maybe waive it, do something with that to maybe make the job a little more attractive. Employee makes once they finish the probation. I mean, that's a massive. No.
Would this mean we have to open up the contract?
Yeah, well, amend the contract, but I want to talk to the union first to see if they'd even consider it.
Well, the contract's due now anyway, so
Well, it's coming up, yeah. We're going to start negotiating, it ends this year, but we're trying to hire now and it's hard enough to eat, ain't it?
The issue right now with the labor market is that the labor market is great. So, I think that we may encounter issues hiring people.
Tiny bumps for a long time. That's, I think, a discouraging point in hiring new employees. I'm just asking to open up conversation now. I'll bring everything back to this.
okay. Is that it?
The trash study, I think we're real close to a final route. Hopefully, maybe even by next week.
No, I think one of the goals that we talked about was starting on the stormwater authority. So
Yeah,
I think
I mentioned that again. I'm trying to set up a meeting with them and us.
I think we should just pursue that throughout the year to see if we can get it done.
Yes, I agree.
With the sewer authority?
Yes.
Okay. Anything to be brought to the attention, which is actually Blue Ball Avenue? I'd like to reach out to PennDOT while we're working on this grant at the same time. Twice in a week, I've gotten phone calls. I witnessed one, but I got one the other day. A tanker was trying to make a left from Chi Avenue onto Blue Ball, and talked to her. There was a tanker trying to make a left, or it did make it. It took a while from Chi Avenue onto Blue Ball, and that was part of the study in the Boothwyn Town Center. Is it's a mess over there. And that's why we're going for the grant from Blue Ball Avenue up to the Beeson, which is up to I-95 for the roundabout and everything else. So That's ways or whatever. Not that it's probably not going to do a darn thing, but at least we have something else.
On whose property?
I guess ours on the streets and the right of way. Cell phone, the ordinance on that, but
Which has been found unenforceable.
right. So because they don't have an ordinance for real, or
No, because the ordinance is not enforceable.
enforceable? But our ordinance for the ATVs are though, right?
It is, but I don't know that you can go put, I don't know.
Just figure maybe all in favor? Opposed? So ordered.
Sure. Cindy Charney. Chuck Lewis. Charles Fisher.
Here.
Joseph Shaw.
Here.
Greg Trader. Alex Rodriguez.
Here.
Dan Van Wyck. Here. And myself, George Needles, present.
Could I have a motion for approval of our last month's minutes?
They're proposing to combine three of their properties. Property which notified the house road. Properties on Second Ave. So, those properties are the two smaller properties and the rest of the park. In the C1 commercial district. And eventually they may incorporate it with additional parking should that. Second comment is the R1 zoning requirements do not need to be revised. It was vacated and according to us work with the township at that. Also provide a utility easement through that vacated area for the
no further issues we see with this plan. And
Okay. Anybody on the planning commission have any questions? Quickly, we'll just open this particular item up for public comment. Anybody in the audience have it? 279#. Again, that's 571-748-4021. And number is 812-303-279#. Give that a minute or two. Okay. Well, thank you very much. As far as the planning commission is concerned, we'll take forward it on to the board. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. I guess that's unanimous. Thank you for coming.
To make sure you coordinate for the resolution and everything if you're able to meet this timeline. If you're not, your current plan has an extension until April 15th. So you will need to give an extension if you can't meet this timeline.
Next item on the agenda is 3033 Market Street.
Original submission was made in November. We did receive review letters from the township consultants, and we just made a resubmission this past week on Friday, so we are aware that township consultants have a chance to review that resubmission yet. We did want to come before you just to introduce the plan and to get some feedback from you. In particular, once it goes up, we'll go over sort of primary. The project itself is subdivision and land development. We are proposing to subdivide just a little under 3 acres off of the existing industrial parcel located at 3033 Market Street. Existing building here and the parcel that is being subdivided on. As I mentioned before, the main issue in the initial review letters with access to the site. In the previous submission, access go up to the existing conditions plan here. You can see that the existing site driveway is located here, just south of the intersection of Market Street and Meeting House Road. And the original design had access for the subdivided parcel coming off of that existing access drive. Turns the rail off of the north edge of the site off of Market Street. And that's located approximately 230 feet north of that intersection with Meeting House Road. In addition, we are proposing to relocate the existing driveway further to the south to help bring that away from Meeting House Road intersection as well. And that will be located approximately 240 feet south of the stop arm of Meeting House Road. Both of those new driveways do have sufficient site distance. And that's all shown in the revised next study.
To review them, and likewise, the board hasn't had an opportunity to look at those as well. So unless anybody at the table has any questions,
I do.
go ahead.
I live in it, and right now, there are trucks and some tractor trailers that come out right at the out that ends in Market Street. You're talking about extending south the driveway. Are you going to be at the railroad tracks?
So the new driveway location
Yes, you'll be able to look at all the information once the township engineer.
I was confused looking at the documents we have about the planned or proposed use of this building. I thought it said it's a warehouse retail, is that correct?
Yeah, at this point, it is designed as a warehouse retail. Like a left-hand turn coming down 452 to go into the new driveway. There is not at this point. I would say that there is some widening or existing area, and there's a wide shoulder on this side. Well, because traffic already backs up through the intersection from where the driveway is now. And if there's not going to be a third lane put in, I'm just wondering, the lesser of evils would be then the north entrance and egress. Would you be able to connect up to both properties? And either way, no matter what, I can't see tractor trailer making a left-hand turn. Okay, so this is a new building, obviously, so obviously we'll be adding larger vehicles. Anticipate based on the size of the building, you'd be frequently visited by tractor trailers. Of course, roughly how many are we talking about? I'm just wondering if there's any alternative. Seems like if you could do it north of the intersection. Or if trucks get backed up, they can sit in that center lane to make that left-hand turn. And everybody can see.
You have anything else? Okay, well, thank you for coming in, and I suspect after we have the review letters, we'll have you back here, and we can have some in-depth discussions about wherever we are with it. Anybody in the audience have any questions with respect to 33 Hine Pound? Numbers 571-748-4021, and numbers 812-303-279 Pound. Andrew, anything? Okay, well, thank you for coming in, and give some thought to that left-hand turn lane. That didn't sound too bad. I'd hate to be the guy sitting back at a truck waiting.
Good evening, Rob Lewis from Kaplan Stewart. There we go. I'm the attorney for the applicant Alliance. We were here last month to introduce this plan, talk through the plan itself, and then receive those comments or concerns. We resubmitted plans on Friday, identifying those issues and showing. I'm going to hand it over to our engineer, Scott, and he can walk the planning commission through a number of changes that were made to the plans that are reflected on.
Let me
get to the layout here. On the egress lane, one of the comments was about widening it to allow for tractor trailers to lengthen the road length of the driveway so that tractor trailers may exit while cars are in that area is here. We widen the curb line so that tractor trailers coming up in our cars waiting in the left turn lane, there's plenty of space for large trucks to line up next to the cars to exit straight across. We also narrowed the lane width going around the building, 24 feet. We discussed the ADA spaces that we previously had proposed to be down here with a ramp up to this entrance in front of the office area. So we have 3 ADA spaces there with a access ramp if that is required, as well as a staircase up to that main office entrance. Let's see if I can zoom in so you guys can see that a little better. Another revision, remove the southern parking lot. It was in this area of the site. We removed that and added the required spaces have been added to the rear loading dock area. If I could find the mouse here. We striped the rear of the loading dock area so that we can still meet the zoning requirement for parking. We relocated the dumpster. We had the dumpster in this portion of the loading dock area previously. We moved that over to this side, so it's further away from Summers Lane, or Summers Lane boundary line. On the landscaping plan, we added evergreen trees along the length of Chichester Avenue, as well as the southern parking area we added a potential number of those trees as well. We're up to 390 trees on the site. Now we have added buffer the whole length of Chichester Avenue. We've proposed green trees this whole length, and as well as substantial amount of proposed trees in this area where the southern parking area was. Those are the main revisions we've done for this plan.
Okay, again, discussed that have been adjusted as a result of our prior comments and some of the comments from the audience. So if anybody at the table has any questions with respect to where we are right now?
One of the comments brought up by someone from the township last meeting was about light pollution. And I know there's you have the trees to the 40-foot boundary, but they're not going to be full grown within so many years. Is there any, do you have any thoughts on that, about how much light pollution will impinge upon the back of their property?
Property boundaries for how much light is allowed to go over the property lines, and we kind of meet township requirements for the property boundary light. I believe it, yeah. So we're required to not allow the
one of the concerns voiced by the residents was about noise. So what are you going to do to prevent them from being inundated with your, this is 24/7 operation, I take it?
As we mentioned, it's actually our expectation that the current ambient noise out on the site likely exceeds the noise that's going to be created by this facility.
How would you know? You don't have a tenant yet.
From having experience with these types of
Oh,
facilities.
okay.
So based on the noise levels that are out there today on the highway, we actually checked also to see whether or not when PennDOT has done their 322 project, whether or not they were, our site is likely to provide increased noise over what exists today. It will be some additional, potentially if it's in the middle of the night, but again, nothing different than what you're seeing or hearing from the highway that's immediately adjacent.
Excuse me.
And we'll take questions from the audience. Well, that's fine. We'll take that question from the audience when they're finished.
We voice a concern like that, which is brought up by residents. I would think that if you would want to get the support from the board or the committee, that you would look into noise abatements, even if it's not required. I just would think that's something that you would want to look into.
Understood. And so the other efforts really aren't feasible. I mean, when you see PennDOT sound abatement walls, those types of things, those are not feasible for commercial development in terms of all those along our entire county. They're not feasible. So what we have done here is what we think is feasible and what we do think actually does go slightly beyond what is required. By putting in those buffers into the loading docks themselves, but in their exact arrangement and
So when you say not feasible, are you saying it's not possible or it's too expensive?
it's not financially feasible.
Okay.
You're talking about $1 million.
You just don't want to spend the money. I know it's
$1
not.
million
That's what I'm
for
saying.
a sound abatement.
When you said it's not feasible, it sounds it's not possible.
No, I said
Theoretically, it's possible.
Committee?
I've got one. There's already enough truck traffic on 322 itself. Okay, so you're going to add more trucks in a lot, and you're going to create more pollution that these residents are going to have to deal with. Now, is there any
regulation and enforcing that on our drivers? But as I mentioned and got laughed about last time, it is state law that you are not permitted to idle in these locations. So we will certainly expect our tenant and their operators to abide by that law and not sit there and idle. They aren't permitted to do so. School trucks are not permitted.
that's all.
Okay. Well, I'm going to see Alex, I'll see you, but I want to make to the audience, how many people would like to speak on this topic that are here tonight? Okay, fine. When we're ready, we're going to start on left-hand side, okay? And then we'll address those concerns. Chuck?
Are we ever going to get a rendering of what it's going to look like, roughly how it's going to seem project? Like, one of my questions is, I guess there's at least a 20-foot grade between one corner of the warehouse and the other. So is it going to be built up, or are we sinking it into the ground?
Yeah. Basically, the site goes into some lanes on it. Up to 20 feet, some spots. All that cut is going to be moved to the opposite side of the site.
It's just following up. So based on that, so the left-hand side of the screen is high side currently, swing down. Develop into a cut along and
So you're probably looking at burying 10 feet of the building on the left-hand side?
Yeah, and there's a wall next to the highway over here. It's up in the center section of the wall. 8 feet down from over here down to the driveway.
So how tall is the building going to be? Just trying to get an idea how much is going to be sticking up.
Building where it is from approximately 36. Here on the inside. That's not going to turn out.
Target further?
36 feet.
There you go.
All the bearing.
Alex?
I wanted to go back to the sound concerns. Zoning has a ordinance section that covers for the sound issue, and we would expect that you will provide a sound study so that you can demonstrate that that we're not going to have any sound from this type of facility that would cross the property lines in excess of what the ordinance requires. And then when I did take a quick glance of your plans, since they came in late, on your landscaping plan, just make sure you follow the ordinance because it proximity to the residential properties.
Okay, we're going to take questions from the floor now. If you'll come up to the microphone, state your name and your address for the record, and everybody, you have like 2 to 3 minutes apiece if you want.
South end of Summers Lane. Because of the elevation of the homes up there and the amount of homes that are on that street. Now, I can't help but notice on your plan, State Road, right here, behind these houses. Am I wrong? Okay. Now, not pointed in our direction, but they radiate the night sky. I have the same problem with don't need to take any more green space out of this township.
Excuse me. Please let this. Okay.
So how can we even judge how much truck traffic is going to be coming down Child? I am below the dentist parking lot. But heavy equipment, furniture, whatever, what items are going to be warehoused there? In other words, it's not going to be like a storage unit generally accessible to people who need storage. Warehouse, what's going to be in there?
Generate a warehouse at a certain size, will generate traffic and determine how many trucks, if any particular trips in and out of the facility. So not 100% exact science, but we do base all of our information on the models and all the data. Average that out to determine how many vehicle trips trucks. So I will say, I'm not gonna say that there aren't trucks that currently travel on Tri-State. I'm saying that it is signed from the trucks, and we will be directing all of our trucks in and out across Tri-State that have more trucks and cars.
Okay.
Hold on.
So how is that enforced?
Right, right.
It's not enforced.
Excuse me. We can discuss that, but we're going to have one person talking at a time. All right.
Sitting from there, you would be turning left or right. Nobody was to go straight down Summers to 322. I want to know how often that happens. And here we come into the games and everything going up there, so I don't know how you can that also. I know we're further up than where the driveway is going to be, warehouse, but eventually I'd like to know really what will be warehouse and what kind of regulations will be on those tenants to keep their own noise down. Next question, how many, is it one huge building?
I can speak to it a little bit about what would be in there. There's one building, it could be one tenant or more than one tenant. And we just don't know what to store. There are limitations to what they can store. There was some zoning prior to the current zoning that was more intensive. This is limited, you know, it could be all those things you need in furniture.
Any final decision on what's going to happen to that house?
I don't think there's a final decision. It is in a way of development.
Okay, the tractor trailer is not allowed on the side, they're not going to be going into that facility. There will be box trucks and things like that, as opposed to.
Is Joyce Robinson. I live at 5320 Chichester Avenue. Our property backs right up to the municipal building here. We're going to have to do a lot more than just put trees up. We are pretty far from the trash trucks. Every morning I get trash trucks here. The lights are going all night long. So we're going to have people that our houses are shaking, the lights are coming down. When, you know, ceiling fans, the light fixtures are coming down from the vibration. The dirt of our house is unbelievable. They are going 50 to 65 miles an hour down our street, going up and down. They bring all parkers. I can see lights in my house, and I'm up the street from there. There's people from New Jersey, Delaware, New York coming in every weekend. In here. I don't go to the local restaurants, especially during COVID, because there's kids all wearing face masks. They're shopping in our stores. And you're bringing all kinds of germs and stuff. They're not helping in the here on the highway at night. And I'm not even backed up to it. I'm very sure if you were having this bill up the street from you, and these people that are in Summers Lane, or right up against it, we just had new construction of 4 houses up the street from us. Vibration, locked around here, it's now traffic, unbelievable around here. And this was all residential. When my other significant other moved here, there was no other house, 5320, was built 40 years ago. Everybody knew this whole thing was built up. Very sure that you don't want this kind of thing in your backyard. Have a highway coming up Wyman. How long are we gonna have construction around here? Chichester Avenue is gonna be a complete disaster. With this going on and the highway coming in, another thing.
Ceiling ripped right out. We have broken windows. My neighbor, the Warners, their whole Palladian window just shattered. Who's going to give us make up? Who's going to make up for all that? It comes out of our pocket. Yeah, owning a property, you expect to have general maintenance, but cracked foundations, broken windows. I've had my front door rehugged 4 times. And you're going to tell us no tractor trailers are going to come down there? They do. Believe me, when the traffic jams up on 322, and it does, we're a regular highway. They're allowed to come down that road every day. I work out of the house. Okay? So who's going to make compensation for us for all the damage to our property? The property value.
Especially if you don't have an end user, you don't know what kind of business is going in there. You can't say prohibit trucks from going down there, and you can't guarantee us that no trucks are going to come right directly behind the house. And that's the question. Can you definitively say that no trucks will come around that back road?
He's talking about the 24-foot road that's going around the front of the building to the back.
I can tell you this,
our team to relieve their concern. Fire marshal. Don't intend it, we were playing some trucks over there. If fire marshal would offer relief on it. Yeah.
No, a fire lane, which is, wouldn't be paved. A grass paver.
Yeah.
Been in many municipalities where don't want grass pavers for their operators. We're happy to investigate it. Fire marshal will allow us to make that grass pavers going around that area, even put out bollards and chains so that it can't use
Right.
except for emergency services.
Each end and maybe permeable pavers if they don't like the grass pavers, but something that'll, you know,
It's not
promote infiltration. It won't be full asphalt and allows the fire trucks to get through.
Yeah, someone that's offered.
Okay, the other concern that I raised at the last meeting, and I don't know how you guys are responsible.
We're caught between trying to provide protection and buffering, and then obviously our obligation. The glowing effect. Particularly from any athletic. Ordinance doesn't allow us to do that. Lighting standards have also changed. Particularly in stock. Not to say that driving down in the morning, they have lights.
How do you mitigate that? Where's my report? What do I do? We all went and put solar panels on our roofs right now. You guys aren't responsible for cutting down our.
Our obligation is to show that we're not have those rules in the
PIN number is 812-303-279#. Andrew, nothing on the phone? Okay, we have another question from the public right here.
Excuse me, ma'am. If
All of those guys.
The planning commission knows my response. We have a minimum clear height that is industry standard and we need to meet that.
Okay. One other question I had, and it pertains to something I had mentioned, at the last meeting, and that was the traffic coming into the facility with a left-hand turn lane, a right-hand turn lane. The center lane would be for the trucks. The trucks could go straight in. There would be no impact on the traffic on Chelsea Parkway. we'd have a throughway going out and a through to the left and a throughway going out to the right.
Are you talking about on Chelsea Parkway? Or
Correct. Now, on Chelsea Parkway side, right now, if we were off of Chelsea Parkway onto Chichester, the regular traffic coming out of the Acme, Walmart, whatever, they're going to get queued in back of that truck. If there was a center lane there, then the truck would be in the center lane going straight into your facility. Traffic coming out of the Acme to Walmart and everything would be free to be on the left-hand side. And the third, I understand that as well. And I'm just thinking, and what you're thinking about again, and we mentioned this before, is you're thinking about what it's like today. And your traffic study ends in 2025. And the best of my knowledge, we're looking at 322 because of some problems with acquiring property or whatnot is being delayed and may not be completed until 2025. That's not there. So to get out of the Willowbrook department houses, to get out of any houses or your whatever, you're going to have to go out of Chelsea Parkway to get to 322 or go up Concord Road and go all the way down Folk Road to get to 322. So
We looked after the meeting, we did look to see, and there isn't currently sufficient right of way to add a third lane in that location. I don't believe, Alex.
You got a 24-foot cartway on the other side.
But here's what I was saying.
So you can just-
Maybe what also makes sense, because your comment is right. Typically, you want to try and have a right lane, try and free flow when they can, kind of thing. Right-hand turns off Chelsea Parkway and stay within the existing confines of that roadway. So if a truck wants to come across, they're going to be in the farthest left lane. And the only people that will otherwise be in that lane are people turning left. But that way, that right lane, which now is dedicated to right, will stay that way. And cars could flow through there and not get stuck behind a truck trying to move across.
That is planned to be cut. That is planned to be cut off. So I think he's saying the volumes of cars that will be coming down Chelsea and making that left onto Chichester will be significantly
it's going
increased.
to be exponentially higher.
So saying to segregate a center lane, a left-hand turn, and a right-hand turn lane, so that the cars making the cars.
To see whether or not that can be accomplished within that.
I would say that's part of the PennDOT project. Chelsea Parkway include a straight center median in this area and shoulders on each side of the road. So they have anticipated Chelsea Parkway actually a 3-lane cross section beyond the shopping center driveway, first driveway, so it would be 1 lane in each direction and a center turn lane because of the multiple access. I don't know.
Yes, you do. We're on live. It's a recorded program.
Okay, the gentleman spoke about adding a lane to Chelsea Park. Additionally, we have one at Larkin, one at Chelsea, one at Summers. How are you going to be able to go anywhere?
I've been in many towns where there's a traffic light on every corner. I live right around the corner. I don't want all this traffic any more than you do. That's not the problem, but that's reality.
Also understood that there will be a light at Fury.
I have no idea.
At the Fury Road extension area that goes to Creek Parkway in conjunction with the 322 project. So the most recent set of plans that was released to us indicate that it's just the current intersection that it currently is.
Because as I understand, Summers Lane, when the PennDOT project does come through, will be poles at the bottom of the hill.
Yes, and this is all public information. It's all accessible.
I've been here for 43. Anybody longer? No.
I don't see the benefit of this project. Water table, I'm still on the well. What about all the construction? What's going to happen to my well?
One last question. Go ahead.
That shopping center every day going to the Acme. I live up the street, so I know when you come out of there exactly what it is. You could put that middle lane in there, but what happens is you can make it right on red, you can't see over a truck. And if there's no highway or trucks out on Manchester Avenue, someone needs to get out there and give some tickets. And they're going 55, so it's 35.
I'd like to thank everyone for their comments. And the developer will be back in another meeting. You up? Is support from Joe Shaw on Hart to put together a community action report that will be summarized with all the action item updates that are coming through. And all on practical purposes, I believe that's going to be completed by the end of April. So can't swear to it, but that's the effort that's being made.
We have a lot of the details and the work, and it's just, we just have to now kind of get it into some assimilation that's going to be easy to explain as to where we're at. So definitions have been worked on, administrative section has been worked on, table of contents have been worked on, and a lot of the detail sections have been brought in. So we now just got to get it to something that like is not just.
I have one item for other information. And that one item is, Greg, this is right down your alley. We're talking about training. There is a Wednesday, April 20th, 2022 class being offered by the PMPEI, which is the Pennsylvania. And I talked it over with George, and George thought it was a good idea. If you're interested in going, please let George or Andrew know, and we'll get you signed up. It's going to be a Zoom class. All right. And June, it's going to be April 20th. It's called Managing the Subdivision Review Process. I have been working on structuring the minutes for the meeting so that they are more summary in fashion with respect to the overall concept of the items that we talked about, summarizing some of the more important aspects of things that have been discussed so that you can have memory recall and be able to refresh your memory with respect to when we discussed something or what we discussed, rather than just say we looked at 4800 Chichester Avenue or something like that. There would be some comments there with respect to that. And then attached to those minutes will be the official transcript so that you can go beyond those minutes into the transcript for any specifics that you were talking about. It kind of reduces the redundancy, but at the same time, it highlights those things that we thought were most important. And if anybody has any further suggestions on how to streamline this, they're welcome.
What I'm really trying to do is just get that quick summary and say, here's kind of where we were at. Here's the stenographer. Charlie for the annual report.
That were made or something like that, you know that that's when it occurred, because 4800 Chichester, for instance, has been on the agenda twice so far, 3 times so far. I think it was, well, it's been on our agenda several times, but there were a couple of times when they didn't come, the residents were here, that kind of thing, and just brings it back to mind. The other thing is that occasionally we'll discuss something, walk in, and it started to get in confusion as to, and then there was room in the back of the lot, and there was that being considered, was that being counted? And then Alex came up with some shorthand method of doing the pervious computation, but he was 200 feet short.
No.
Joe? Chuck?
No.
Cindy?
Yeah, just one thing, and George had brought this up for the preservation ordinance that the township has. It relies on a listing of historic resources.
The ordinance could speak to the need for preservation and the rules and whatnot, and an appendix of some kind could be created that could be updated as we went through, that these are the particular properties that are concerned or something like that.
Yeah, well, I think the best way to do it would be for in the next month or two, we start talking about what are going to be our projects for 2023 and out. So maybe like a letter from the Planning Commission stating that this is a priority and they would like to see this as a capital project. and then we'll draw it out as a capital project for budget funding.
With respect to what their intentions are for certain properties and whatnot within the community. And looking at that, it may be a little late to the game because I don't know how much undeveloped, is that a good word, George? Undeveloped properties, we still have to declare that as what their intentions were. So that at some future date, if the property were to be sold, the township would have an opportunity to be involved in providing a bid for it or whatever, or be considered. Now, I don't know if I'm shortcutting that too much, George, in the process, but that's essentially how I understood it. That if the township had pre-identified that property, build that into the comprehensive plan as to what you would like this township to look like. For instance, maybe you wanted a recreation area. So you go over and you identify a block of an area where you would want recreation. And as those properties became available, the township could possibly change the nature of the zoning associated with that property to accommodate what you wanted to put in there, recreation. All right, and you do that, is, according to the MPC, part of our duties and responsibilities to kind of shepherd it through. It doesn't mean we're responsible for it, but we need to be involved in it. One last shot, Andrew, at the general public, if they have any comments. Yeah, we need to work on that. All right. In fact, why don't you put that, we need to put that on the agenda for establishing a committee to do that, and maybe a roster to set that in play. Okay. Can I have a motion for adjournment?
Motion to adjourn.
Second, all in favor of adjourning?
George, can we have a roll call, please?
Okay, Commissioner Baaco? Here. Commissioner Godioso?
Here.
Commissioner Burkowski?
Here.
Commissioner Neary?
Here.
Commissioner Whitaker?
Here.
Michael Pierce?
Here.
Lisa Catania?
Here.
And myself, George Needles. present.
Open up to the citizens' comment. We'll go on with the telephone first. By participating by the phone, you'll be dialing 571-748-4021. That's 571-748-4021. Enter in the PIN 357-1690#. Make note, there was no citizen comment by telephone tonight. We'll open up the citizens' comment to the floor. We'll open up to the public to the left of my side, to the, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? So ordered. Number 6 through 8 will be raised from Madam Vice President Nicole Whitaker.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. Consider a motion granting a fee waiver to Delaware County seniors for the use of Fury Road Fieldhouse on June 13th and 14th from 8 a.m. from 7 p.m. to 10 p.m. for an 8th grade formal.
Second. Any questions? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? So ordered.
Consider a resolution making application to the AARP Community Challenge Grant Program for the purchase of various amenities to make a more walkable community for seniors.
Second, I hope that's not a conflict of interest for me.
Too late. Any questions? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? So ordered. Number 9 through 13, Commissioner Neer.
Thank you, sir. Consider a resolution updating the Upper Chichester Township fee schedule. So moved.
Second.
Any questions? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? So ordered.
Consider a motion approving a 2022 real estate tax refund to Victoria. Consider a motion approving tax fee exoneration list 03/2022. So moved.
Second.
Any questions? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? So ordered.
And finally, consider a resolution authorizing the disposition of certain town.
Commissioner Mike Odioso.
Thank you. Like the board to consider resolution authorizing ESCO release number 10 for Profco Pineville Boothwyn LLC in the amount of $104,000, $808.52.
Any questions? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? So ordered.
Like the board to consider a resolution authorizing escrow $1,332.00.
Any questions? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? So ordered.
Like the board consider a motion authorizing a permit refund for canceled work to Christopher Bareb of 406 Jefferson Avenue in the amount of $590.00.
Second.
Any questions? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? So ordered.
Like the board consider a motion accepting the subdivision application extension granted by applicant for the 1405 Meeting House Road project.
Any questions? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Operated food truck from the parking lot of 2805 Chichester Avenue for a time period no greater than 3 months.
Any questions? George, did you, on this one, he's aware that the truck's going to have to be inspected, health inspected?
Yeah, yes, yeah.
23, Mr. Biacco.
Consider resolution making application to the Pennsylvania Department of Community and Economic Development local share account statewide program for the purchase of a street sweeper.
Second.
Any questions? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? So ordered.
Consider
Commissioner Godioso,
No.
Commissioner Vaca,
yes.
Commissioner Rakowski,
Yes.
motion carries.
Consider a motion accepting the grant writing proposal from CH Planning for the preparation of a transportation and community development initiative grant application in the amount of $4,000.
Second.
Any questions? All in favor?
All right, thank you. Good evening, everyone, again. Just a couple reminders that the library is having their bingo night here at the rec center on Saturday, March 19th. Thanks, Joe. Saturday, March 19th, bingo. And then they're also having a crab feast in August. So the ticket March 31st from 5 to 9. So if you haven't already RSVP'd, please do so to, the person on the invitation. Also on Sunday, March 20th, we have the Delaware County Association of Township Commissioners dinner on Service Award.
Because I already told them I wasn't going.
Oh, sure. Yep, I'll get it for you. I think that's it. I don't have anything else.
What time was that, March 20th? You know?
At Anthony's?
Yes.
Usually, I think 6:30.
Thank you. Moving along to, anybody?
And he's going to correct the paperwork, but if you look at page 5 under the police report, you see that the numbers don't actually come to zero. The way they're reported, there was just an a transposition error, so we're getting him to fix that. As I indicated, the police report is also available, and that is everything that I have. Thank you.
Anything to be brought to the attention of Ms.
Time is going to be, but I'd like to just walk the street with our professionals to see how we can improve the parking down along that corridor. So that's my biggest agenda that I'm going to be working on. And also, we're working on the Saldo, the rewrite of the Saldo.
Commissioner Baiocco.
Thank you. Highway and sanitation, me and George met with Putnam G. Marie yesterday about the rerouting of the trash routes and stuff. And we took into consideration, they gave us 5 options. We kind of are looking into tweaking one to present to the board. With recycling first, and probably just works out. Just do it and get it over with. We had some points and we all had different ideas we wanted to present and try, and I think we threw something together that might work out. Then and so I have, unless anybody has anything.
Nope, it don't sound it. We're moving along to mine. All reports should be on file, George. I'm not sure if you got the ones, but we could give them to him. For the fire marshal and the medics. Not sure if everybody got it, but you can see it in mine, but we'll get it to you. Yeah, he just has it. Okay. We'll get it to you tonight. It's on file though. The emergency management was, thank you for the resolution for the plan for the Boothville Town Center personnel, full-time personnel. Other than that, if anybody has anything to ask me, or just move along with the professionals.
I just have just one thing. Despite of how I voted tonight, I'd still like to work with you on the improvement on the Meeting House and Chai,
Sure.
trying to get the parking to improve the parking within that little spot, within that little corridor,
Right.
And the walkability. So I would still love to work with you on that.
I do need to advise that we extended the bid time for the Somerset Stormwater Project because of a small issue with the material that was specified by Falcon. We got that resolved and we sent out an addendum and extended the bid date till next week. So I'll have those for you next month.
Extended a week?
It's extended a week, yes. The other thing that I have, the thermoplastic questions.
Just 2 questions, as I mentioned earlier in my report, Ms. Catania. I'd like to do a study on Peach Street about improving the parking. So hopefully, whenever you have a moment, and maybe we'd like to get Brian Sedell out there also, just to take a look at it. And then, again,
Regarding the road program, and briefly with Put about it. But one of the things that I wanted to do is the curbing on the was it the sidewalks where they have the ADA compliance, right, on the, so aren't they?
Piggyback a question off of that. Just a question, Lisa, have you gotten any bids back on road programs yet? I guess my concern, I've been thinking, is just the cost of oil is so high right now. And talking to some of the contractors, are saying the asphalt is through the roof. So is there any benefit in us kind of getting into a little bit of a holding pattern?
The only thing that concerns me is we don't know where things are going. I don't know. For some reason has gone, stone of aggregate has gone up. So, an aggregate's used. Yeah, we need to get going. Right, and I thought of that actually in another meeting here. Very afraid of So maybe we should do that. Can we do that?
Well, so I guess that's what I was kind of thinking is, if we would need to do similar to what's stated, right, about $500,000.
Michael Fields.
If everybody's list is done, then we can do it, right? Everybody's streets lists are done. Everybody submitted something.
Yeah, we're finishing it up.
Sorry.
So
Mhm.
we gotta double-
Yeah, no, I have
That's
my
me not
street.
paying attention.
Yeah,
But if we did if you could do the authorization tonight, and then we.
right.
So if we did the authorization on the new business, under new business, so that's, we already have one there. So, Lisa, the only thing I have is, are you done, Nicole? Sorry about that. I did meet with Alfred Arico, Putt and I, and we had some suggestions before it's finally, I guess, before it gets turned over to us. There's a couple of issues with lighting at the island. Can't control drivers because it was happening when we were standing there, people making left-hand turns in the Wawa from Chichester Avenue, which I thought the sign was a little too far up, but there's nowhere really to put it before the driveway. And the other thing was a block, do not block on the street there by McKay Avenue. So he said he's going to write something up. I haven't seen it yet, but not just the suggestions before you have your final with them. So we can see.
I don't control any of that though.
Oh, okay.
That's PennDOT. So I spoke to Al this afternoon, the project.
One of the suggestions were
So-
where we have the poles now at the island, where the crosswalk
Yeah.
is to bring them in a little bit because they're right at the edge
Yeah.
of the curve. We think
Yeah.
that's what's happening.
Well, it's funny because the obstruction, the detail for PennDOT actually says that it should be a minimum of 18 inches. So I have a feeling that they
I just
to
wanted
get
to
it
make you
done.
aware of it.
So, yeah, and then he said something about putting an additional light on one of the poles.
Yeah, there's a possibility of a street lamp in
Yep.
front of the church, which would be directly into the island itself, so we'll see if it works.
Yeah, he spoke to me today and said he was going to put a list together.
Okay, anybody else have anything for the engineer?
Has the fence issue been resolved?
Well,
The
I
white
guess they're
fence?
still waiting for the fence to come in, right?
No,
We'll move along with our solicitor, Michael Pierce.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just very briefly, we received the approval from the engineer's office for the escrow numbers related to the Gear Plastics land development. Now that I have those numbers, I'll be able to work on getting those agreements and the escrow agreements underway so that they can begin their project. They're quite anxious to do that. We have several hearings also, I believe, in June right now. And we have several other minor matters coming up, but everything else is in order. I'll have a more detailed report for you next.
Anything to be brought to the attention for the solicitor?
If we talk about that, it should be done in executive.
okay, thank you.
Okay, we'll move along to the township manager, George Needles.
All the reports are on file. The only thing I really want to reference tonight is the grant report for the month. Just to note, so submitted applications for the year so far, we have a little over $1.4 million in submitted applications that we're waiting response on. Let's best maximize our cash so that we don't have to spend a ton of cash to get the money from them. So seems to be working so far, and the departments have been really jumping on board with working together to get these applications done.
That's it? Oh, my God. But anything to be brought to the attention of the manager? If not, we'll move on to the new business. We'll do the first part that's already.
So moved.
Second.
Any questions? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? So ordered.
So consider a motion activating the Civil Service Commission to administer the civil service examination for the position of police officer in Upper Chichester Township. So moved.
Second. Okay, I'll do it. Consider a motion to amend the agenda to include the following action item.
Need a second?
Second.
Any questions? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? So ordered.
Consider a motion approving the 2022 road program in the amount not to exceed $500,000.
Second.
I'm sorry. Forced to get that road done.
We were going to discuss it more.
Is that on the list, just to get some kind of?
I know we talked about it last week, but I think
Now, the crux is still that, do we pave prior to doing the work over there, or do we just work? I mean,
Oh, right,
I think
right.
Diminished
Okay.
returns, I think you gotta just try to see if we can maybe get over there and do some patching until we can get that work done. If the bid comes in less than that 500,
That needs to be done on Creek Parkway is eligible under your liquid fuels program.
Okay.
So we could look at it that depending on what the costs are, absolutely correct.
We probably wouldn't be able to do nothing else that year.
no, but you do have
Most
the
of the roads are
ability,
done now.
you do have the ability to borrow against the liquid fuels fund
Oh, yeah.
and pay back from the liquid fuels fund, so that could potentially be like do an issuance from them, so that is a possibility if you wanted to say, spread the cost of that project out over 10 years.
90% of my ward's almost done, probably 95, where they have a program now that they're keeping an eye out, because we don't have to keep doing them. So you're right, that loan may offset to say, hey, Ward 1's done in 2 years. 1, 3, and 5. 1, 3, and 5. No, I'm just saying. No, I'm just saying. It may take, I mean, I may be done in another 2 years almost, and then have a little bit where I'm on a schedule that I don't have to redo the roads, or whoever's coming in after me to say, hey, that's great. Same way with Nicole and Mike's and Joe's, that playing harder on his ward to get it done. And then in my seat where it's at, I'm not telling Ward 1 to say, yeah, you're not getting any more streets done. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is we're at the point that we've been able to do this for the last 10 years, 11 years. We just have some other options to look at, that's all.
Yeah, the fourth ward has significant sections that haven't been touched in years, especially when they tend to be wider roads. You know, for example, last year we did Trophy because it had been really deteriorated, and it's a much wider road. That's almost a boulevard, Trophy. But so, yeah, you know, I'd be very reluctant to divert money, I mean, from my ward.
Just putting it out there, that's all.
On March the 16th, correct? So if there's anybody that has any amendments, changes, suggestions, questions, please get them to me before Monday or Tuesday night so we can go over them. Thank you.
And on that note, Butch, can you just get an idea of how many members you're looking at on all 3 fire companies on the criteria that you put up? I mean, just an idea.
We kind of looked at that number and thought that it would probably be somewhere between 40 and 50 members that would qualify at some level at some point. But I would estimate, I think we estimated somewhere between $40,000 and $50,000 as a maximum, which is a whole lot cheaper than hiring a couple fire police or firemen.
Firemen, absolutely. So, all right, thank you.
I just like, I think we should discuss it next month and then.
Drop boxes, what drop boxes? Oh,
Front.
voting boxes.
Yes.
I'm thinking
Mailing
of
box.
like the,
So
yeah, okay.
I'd like the board to consider that. Thank you.
Yeah, anything else? Need a motion to adjourn? So move.
Second.
Any questions? All in favor?
Aye.
And I have, here's the chairman is Mr. Tom Simpson. We have John Marconi, Pam Andrew, John Winkler, Howard, all of the members of the zoning board are present this evening. With that, now read 7, side yard setback from the required 15 feet to 5 feet. Applicant wishes to build a 10-foot by 18-foot attached garage. Property is 503 Conroe Court, 2.3819061, and it is presently zoned in the R2 district. Is Mr. Cassiola here this evening? Cassiola, tell us a little bit about what you want to do.
I want to attach a garage to the side of my house. The only different thing is the setback. Yes, I will attach the garage to the house. One-car garage.
Single car garage attached.
Yeah.
And then you would only leave a 5-foot side yard setback between that structure and the end of your property, is that right? Mr. Chairman, does that conclude your application?
Yeah.
And how deep is your property? How deep is that property?
120 feet.
That's like your side yard has a real steep slope, or your backyard has a real steep. You could put garage back on the back of your property. I don't want to drive.
I don't want. My wife likes to put those grass the way it is. Go way back there. Yeah, there's a shed all the way in the backyard.
How big is that shed?
10 by 15.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. It does say shed. A 10 by 15 shed.
About 16.
Yes, I'm sorry.
Okay, that's all.
Shed?
Yes.
It's probably 10 by 15, 50 square feet.
Well, the number's 208 shed. Letter D, 2.
Four-sided.
You know the distance from your property line to the
You're the neighbor on this side of the property or the other side? You're 501, okay. So this garage would be adjacent to your property?
You have two sewer easements also. Do they run about where you want to put the driveway?
Yeah. Sewer segments that are in the back of the house, the other side of the house.
Okay,
But you have a sewer in the back, the main sewer runs back of the house.
okay. Thank you.
Mr. Ravel, you've denied this application for a shed, and now you've denied it for a garage, right?
Mr. Rinaldi should pick you up.
Okay, do you have a garage on any other part of the house? No. Oh, this is gonna be your only garage? Yeah. And lastly, is there any reason why you put it in the middle of the house wall instead of bringing it to the front? Or to the back? That garage? That's the in-law school. That's why the house didn't have the garage originally.
We take a quick 5-minute recess, and we'll be right back.
puts it together. Waiver of the right to receive a written decision within 20 rounds. Then you'll get to know what the board is inclined to do. Bear with me 1 second. I'll complete that. Mr. Marconi and Ms. Andrew.
Denied.
Now, we'll have a written decision out to you in some short order, 2-3 weeks. Probably a written decision, and you could take an appeal from that decision to media if you wish. Okay?
Thank you. I'm with the Chichester Historical Society, and today I'll be talking about the Yellow House. The Yellow House sat on Blue Ball Avenue near the entrance to the new Booth Wynn School. I drove past it frequently on my daily commute. I'm fascinated by old houses, and it often caught my attention. Architecturally, it was a simple 2-story colonial house, but with an unusual than I ever imagined. Coincidentally, I had been searching for the childhood home of Sadie Dixon Waters, a professional tournament bowler. The Delco Sports Museum featured Sadie in its legendary Delaware County Women's Wide World of Sports exhibit and indicated that she was a native of Booth Wynn. I scoured old newspapers for the names Sadie Dixon and Sadie Waters, and as you may have already guessed, the trail led directly to the Yellow House. But what's the significance of all this? Well, Sadie was not just any tournament bowler. In 1961, she had the distinction of becoming the first African-American woman to become a member of the Ladies Professional Bowlers Association, and Sadie was 3 years old. The 10 years that the Hines lived in Booth Wynn were troubled times for the family. They struggled financially through the Great Depression, and in 1938, Otelia passed away from breast cancer. In 1940, Arthur sold the farm and moved with Sadie to Chester, where as a young adult, she would learn to bowl. So that the black community would have a place to bowl, Dr. William Paget converted a 100 bowler within a year. Sadie had a quiet style. When Dr. Paget's bowling alley closed, she was forced to travel to Philadelphia and Wilmington to practice for the state championships. It wasn't until local white bowling proprietors heard how good she was that they started letting her bowl in the end lanes of their alleys, explaining they had to save the middle lanes for league bowling. Instead of arguing in the World Invitation at San Bernardino, California, where she rolled for an average of 201, a record for a rookie at the time. Sadie's been featured in Jet and Ebony magazines alongside celebrities like Etta James, and she wrote a bowling tips column for the Philadelphia Tribune. Waters was a pioneer of civil rights. But the story of the Yellow House, encouraged by one of her teachers, she auditioned for a district chorus and surprised herself with Oberlin College, a world-class conservatory. During her years at Oberlin, Gloria was one of a select few students of famed operatic soprano Eleanor Stieber. Gloria went on to study at the Cleveland Institute of Music, where she obtained a master's and sang for Queen Elizabeth at her 25th Jubilee. During her career, Gloria toured the world, singing for presidents and heads of state. Today, Gloria is a resident of the Grand Bahamas, where she's active in the arts and theater, mentoring young people in the performing arts. Though the Yellow House is gone, its historical significance as the childhood home of these two exceptional African-American women will not be forgotten.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, approved. Have roll call?
Cindy Charney. Chuck Lewis. Here. Charles Fisher.
Here.
Joe Shaw.
Here.
Myself, George Needles, present. We also have representatives from Catania Engineering and Pearson Hughes.
Our first item on the agenda this evening will be 4800 Chichester Avenue. We have somebody here to represent them.
Hi, my name is Scott Swazanski. I'm with Inland Design. I'm here to discuss our project, 4800 Chichester Avenue. Trying to navigate how I change the picture here. There we go. Existing site is 4800 Chichester. It's this farmland at the corner of 322 and Chichester Avenue, bounded by properties along Summers Lane over here. We are proposing a 105,000 square foot warehouse office building. From this layout, we have received review letters from Catania Engineering, and I was going to go through the review letter today. Go through a few of the main points we wanted to discuss at this meeting in the review letter, if that is okay with the board.
Alex, you okay with that? And then we can back up with anything they don't cover. We'll let you have an opportunity to chime in anyway as they go.
Can everybody see okay, or would you like us to dim the lights?
All right. So on the review letter, the first several comments are about stormwater management. We will be able to comply. Comments 1 through 10 specifically are all have to do with the stormwater management calculations and design. Includes an internal connection for 92 parking spaces, which is approximately 60 feet from Chichester Avenue. Vehicles exiting from this location will cut across inbound traffic and be blocked from the exit lanes if one truck or 2 cars are waiting to leave the site. Sure. Sorry about that. Sure. All right. The comment is as okay. As previously mentioned, the proposed driveway entrance must have its throat length increased and redesigned to handle the queues exiting the site from both lanes. I'll just cover that part of the comment first. So we were talking about the entrance exit area here. He's talking about the exit lanes. In order to create more space for the 2 lanes to have a longer queue, we propose to extend this curb line where I'm showing the arrow there along the right-hand curb line as you're exiting. And that will allow a longer queue for both exit lanes. Both exit lanes to have a longer queue. The next part of the comment is, in addition, the internal connection for the 92 parking spaces, which is approximately 60 feet from Chichester Avenue, is this area right here. Vehicles exiting from this connection will cut across inbound traffic and be blocked from the exit lanes if 1 truck or 2 cars are waiting to leave the site. If the internal connection cannot be closed, it should be designated as a one-way northbound, provide diagonal parking spaces, and all traffic leaving the site should move in a counterclockwise direction around the building. Entrances and exits. Then it states that what the ordinance says, which is entrances and exits to and from off-street parking areas shall be located to avoid interference with street traffic. We propose to, we're going to narrow this This lane along these 92 parking spaces is currently 28 feet wide. We're proposing to narrow it to 24 feet according to the minimum requirement by township ordinance. That would deter any truck traffic from trying to leave this direction. And after internal discussions with our team, we feel that the circulation. Matt Hammond would like to.
So obviously, as Scott had mentioned, there's been some changes that have been made to the site. The township as well as those relate to, and I don't remember if the commission has seen this, but we have proposed that all trucks exit via counterclockwise fashion out to the intersection with Chichester Road. The reason for that is obviously it allows us to apply for a queue or stacking area right in this location here versus them possibly coming around here and then trying to get out this exit, which was the contention had raised early on in the process. In addition to what Scott had mentioned, we're going to narrow this drive aisle down to 24 feet. Again, further discourage truck traffic. And then also look at extending this area here so that if someone, a vehicle,
conflict with traffic. So one thought might be, instead of trying to, belabor this, whether we should make it counterclockwise or not, would the applicant maybe making that a one-way counterclockwise circulation? So in other words, we would leave it as your intention as being a two-way for cars, but the option would be that the township has a note on the plan that says if it does become an issue.
not occur on site. That possibility exists, obviously. We would hope it wouldn't. We would hope that the people that are leaving, the employees that are leaving at a time period when there's not significant truck activity. We usually see large trucks, the activity on site occur during those off-peak hours. But again, could it happen during peak hours when people are entering and exiting? Sure, it could. As far as stacking is concerned, yes, it's an internal issue. My job is to make sure, and I'm going to have to make especially sure from the PennDOT perspective, that we're not intersection in Chichester Avenue. That's what, so that, again, I wouldn't say everyone would comply, but at least it provides that belt and suspenders approach to anyone exiting out of this driveway. That would be something that would be easily accomplished. I would say, as far as providing a note on the plan, I would be hesitant to provide a note on the plan because A, I'm not the type of person that likes to leave potential things on the table. So in other words, projects approved and could sometime 5 years, 10 years, 20 years down the road, could the township come back and say, you have this note on your plan that says there's an issue and we feel there's an issue. Well, I can appreciate the township may feel there's an issue. We may not feel that same way, or PennDOT may not feel that same way. It's somewhat arbitrary. It's difficult to define what that issue would be. I would say that if an issue is design of other similar type facilities, this is not unusual. And we'd be more than happy to, again, proposing to narrow down the drive aisle out front. We're proposing to widen out this area to provide more stacking for the 2 lanes approaching. We can provide signage, we can provide striping. We're providing a significant amount of signage in the rear here in the loading docks to force tractor trailers to exit back out to Chichester Avenue. I think we're trying to do what we can. I just don't like to leave open issues on the table. And I don't think that what's being proposed with the changes that have been discussed would be detrimental to the intersection, or negatively affect the intersection.
We'll leave it at that for now.
Okay.
Sure.
Sounds good.
We'll open it up for public comment.
Sure, there's a few other traffic-related comments that I would say are classified as open, but I don't believe they're comments that can't be addressed through coordination with the township traffic engineer. I will tell you that when we made our previous submission to the township for review, which included an updated traffic study and a revised site plan, and we made a subsequent submission to PennDOT. Again, because we are on a PennDOT roadway, we need to seek a highway occupancy permit from PennDOT. We did receive a review letter around about the same time as we received the review letter from the township, and PennDOT had approved the traffic study, basically approved the analysis, approved what we were showing, approved the access, the layout, and basically suggested that the next step in the process, as far as PennDOT is concerned, is the actual design and application for the permit. So based on that, and based on some of these comments, I think some of them are going to work themselves out, like the type of warehouse, what we assumed the warehouse would be in the traffic study. PennDOT has a note that says, based on our assumptions, based on what we call the warehouse, traffic analysis, that if that type of warehouse or that type of tenant is not the type of tenant that occupies the building, that we need to go back to PennDOT and adjust the analysis. And then some of the volumes that were collected, because we did collect volumes during the COVID times. But based on coordination with PennDOT, based on the standards that were published, there were certain adjustment factors that were employed traffic volumes back up to account for the time before COVID, traffic volumes before COVID. So that was all included, but these are comments that, these are comments, some of these comments have been addressed by PennDOT coordination, but I don't see anything in here that is, or items that can't be addressed in coordination with Alex and the township.
While you're talking about that traffic study was forecasting traffic through the year 2025, I believe it was.
I believe.
2024?
Yes, sir.
And you're saying that, I didn't read in there where they were forecasting what the effect or the impact closing Bethel Avenue would have on that.
And there is no discussion of the forecast of the closure of Bethel Avenue in the traffic study.
Right.
That is obviously something that is being contemplated or being proposed or created as part of the PennDOT project. We're forecasting for 3 years, or at this point, 2 years of additional growth.
Yeah. What I'm major concern here is that traffic that will result once Bethel Avenue is closed and traffic entering into Chichester Avenue, separate aside, no matter what we do with your project, it's going to be a quagmire to start with.
Right.
All right. And adding in the additional truck traffic and whatnot is, without a separate lane for trucks or something like that, is going to exasperate, whatever that word is.
I had the same trouble.
May exasperate.
So I can tell you that Chichester Avenue right now is trucks are prohibited, large trucks are prohibited to travel on Chichester Avenue. So we anticipate all of our truck traffic to enter and exit Chelsea Parkway.
Yes, well, but that's where all of the work, traffic coming into Chichester Avenue, right? And that's going to be the new entrance that PennDOT will be using. So my concern is PennDOT's approach on forecasting here, and leaving us with this rerouting of the general traffic, separate and aside from the truck traffic, and now adding the truck traffic to it. I mean, that's just my concern, just putting it.
No, and I understand, I can understand that. What I would say is that if we were to take into account the closure of Bethel Avenue as part of the problem is forecasts that PennDOT has in place and the changes that are being proposed along 322 are significant. And there's going to be an effect through some of these intersections that may not have been affected today, but will be affected in the future as part of this improvement. I will tell you, though, that a similar type concerns were raised. There's a time period of learning.
Sure.
Right? And there's going to be years of construction and years of detours and things of that nature. So by the time the project is done, 2020, whatever it may be, there's still going to be a little bit of growth that needs to occur with respect to people learning to do traffic patterns. But I can tell you that section of 322, that this development itself, while it is a 110,000 square foot building, is not a huge traffic generator, and it's not a huge percentage of the traffic that is going to be traveling through this area, especially once all the improvements.
We'll
discuss with the township what those areas of disrepair are and the extent of that area. So I think once we know what we're talking about, obviously if the township is talking about milling it over.
Looking more at, I mean, I try to be careful with the wording we put deteriorated. We didn't want you to think that we were saying just mill and overlay the entire street.
Right.
More looking for base failures and taking care of the isolated repair areas.
Yeah, I think if we can just have a better understanding of what we're talking about, obviously.
Okay. With traffic, I'm sorry, yes, I'm good with traffic now.
Another note on traffic I would like to bring up is, wanted us to discuss our proposed earth disturbance within PennDOT's right of way along 322. And we have discussed the grading and swales we have proposed in PennDOT's right of way, and they verbally approved it, and we will provide written approval when we receive it from them. I just wanted to let you know we are in discussions with PennDOT about what we're doing. Yes, that's all.
Right, and Al just told me he had some discussions with the PennDOT designers also, and they did say that as long as it doesn't conflict with what they're trying to do. So my initial thought was it would.
CAD files, but MC Parkway is
So they'll be sending us something in writing then, you're saying?
Yeah, they said they requested our full set of plans. I only shared our grading plan, and they're going to cross-reference them with their plans and then give us some more response.
Okay.
All right. Next comment I wanted to address was commented that we would like our ADA parking to be located in front of our potential office area of the building. Currently, we have 3 ADA parking spaces in this lower right-hand corner as we're looking at the plan. We have a ADA compliant ramp design there to get up to the building entrance in this southern location on this side, southern side of the building. The other location for the office area entrance would be over here, which is several steps up to get to the first floor elevation. We feel that our location for the handicap ADA parking on this side of the building is in the ideal spot for our designed ramp. And if we moved those spacing, we have a ramp. And
No, I agree. I know, I see the plan and I know they have a ramp there, but I thought the goal of the ADA parking criteria was to try to have the shortest and closest distance to your entrance, and that potential office area could be, you know, a subleased area to a completely different business owner, or it could be the area where your employees have to go for the business. But it would just make sense that if that's where you're planning, you would also be planning for ADA to be as close as possible there, so.
I would say the other consideration.
well, the building, our office area is not set. I mean, if another ramp is warranted, I think that can be looked at for the design of the building. Our opinion that spots are, that ramp provides access and
Without questioning whether or not you've studied this well and all that other stuff, but the 24-foot that you're running through your parking lot now, 28 to 24, doesn't have to run the entire length, 28 to 24. As long as it's down to 24, the trucks can't do it. So up near the building, you could have a 28-foot opening, which would give you plenty of room to put the ramp in without worrying about pushing your parking spaces out into the 24-foot area. You follow what I'm saying?
No, I follow what you're saying. I think I'm here where you had the direction goes from Chichester Avenue. But I don't know that it's necessarily a functional. I was trying to say was that relocated the trucks, oriented the trucks in terms of their exits. Have a couple of trucks that where there's cars coming out of this house and it's playing with the water. One of those will be further away.
Mhm.
Could be one range, so we have to location, right?
next comment I was going to discuss is request in the zoning table to note the proposed height, specify the height of the parapet wall above the roof line elevation of the building. I'd like to let you know the final building design is not complete yet, but once it is complete, the building height and any parapet height will be added to the zoning table, and we will be sure that it will comply with the current building height requirements that are required for this zoning district.
Are you able to put a split screen on there by chance or no? It would be nice to have the landscape plan on one side and your section view on the other, so you can kind of get a feel for when you see the trees where they are on the site.
Two would be from Summers Lane. Cross section number 2 would be someone standing on Summers Lane and looking towards our building. And on the sightline profile, we added our proposed landscaping. The darker trees are the estimated height after 5 years of growth. The lighter tree the lighter tree shown would be a fully mature tree to show how high the trees will be in the buffer zone between the building and the residential zoning neighborhood. We requested an additional profile to be shown from the Summers Lane intersection up here towards the building. We will provide that. We have a view from Chichester Avenue looking towards the building, which is down in the lower left-hand corner of the screen. View from 322 looking up towards the building. And we have another one. The fourth one is from 322 up past the overpass, looking towards the building, and that's at the bottom of the screen here. Much longer profile, showing the deciduous trees full grown in the profile. You stated that, I just wanted to point out that the outer perimeter of all of our proposed trees are evergreen trees. Those are the evergreen trees, which will provide screening year round, and in the winter when the leaves are off the trees. So we feel we've met the buffer requirements with the evergreen tree the outer edge the whole way around the building. And
Finding that screen, 4 feet that we're going to actually gain by narrowing down that driveway, and that it indicated will allow us to pull that curve back off of Chichester. Certainly in certain locations, but now we had enough width to plant additional evergreen screening there. That extra 4 feet will go a long way to allowing us to really plant that screen along that area.
I'm going to zoom way in for everyone because the limiting factor along Chichester is the PennDOT right-of-way line. As you see right here, there's a light gray line. It's about 9 feet off our current curb line, and if we move that curb line in, narrow this drive aisle down to 24 feet, we'll be able to move that curb line in 4 feet, and we'll have room for the required parking lot landscaping, as well as a row of evergreens to go along this section of the parking lot. Back here, the right-of-way jogs to be narrower, so we have a lot more space along this northeastern section of the site to add a row of evergreens along there. And we'll regrade the grading so that the evergreens are not planted within a swale, and it'll be more of a sheet situation off down towards our curb line and into our stormwater system.
Or point out again, so we have landscaping along Chichester that's required at the end of the parking lot.
Yeah.
We didn't want to interfere with that requirement by simply placing with evergreen, but it sounds like now with that extra 4 feet, close to that location, you will now be able to do both. Have the required landscaping, parking lot landscaping, parking lot side, and then add evergreens on the streets.
If you can go back to your sections for a minute.
Yeah.
The sections, when I look at them, I don't know if they've made your case. Trying to enjoy their rear yard in the summer with a barbecue or something in the backyard. It'd be nice to try to get an idea of are you really trying? So that would be the one comment with the Summers view. I think when you try to show the view from Chelsea Parkway, your section view is trying to paint a picture of like there's this thick row of trees, I guess, that's going to block it. When I'm looking at the plan view, I guess it might be, you might get lucky with just one tree that might be, unless you're literally standing or driving right at the spot of where number 3 is, maybe that one tree will block the building. But if you look a little bit to your right, the whole building will be exposed. But most of the traffic coming from Chelsea, I guess, is going to see that building because your landscaping isn't really that heavy in that area. And then when you try to show it from the 322 at the number 4 section, I mean, I guess it looks like you might have about 4 trees at the most that's trying to block the whole building view. It's not like you really have
you know, like a dense wooded area there. No, I'm just saying, you just have,
This is all stormwater management facility.
I'm not, I'm just telling you what I see. I'm trying to see that you're saying that, you know, you're looking through there and there's going to be a parking lot, the hillside, the parking lot, the building, everything's going up the hill. And you might have about 4 trees that's going to be blocking that view, I guess. And those are, I believe they look like they're going to be deciduous trees. So you're not really going to get an all year screening with the deciduous trees there. I don't know. I think, to me, I think this building is the thing that is going to be hard to try to conceal with landscaping, but
Have to do visual barrier, we have to plant screen. We're meeting those setbacks. Planting all the plantings required by the ordinance, required, at the ordinance required height, and now we're actually adding plantings. That's more evergreens here, we're gonna do that, we're gonna add. There are certain areas where absolutely you're gonna see a building, it's an industrially zoned property. When you're sitting here at Chelsea Parkway, well, unless you're gonna plant the intersection, yeah, of course you're gonna see our facility. If you're coming down the highway, you've got a stormwater management facility, we have to provide. It's all swale, you can't fill that up with additional.
I'm not saying that you have to fill it up if you can. I'm just saying that to me, these sections were just simply trying to make a presentation to 8-foot high evergreen trees.
The minimum required height is 6 foot. And the deciduous trees are 35 feet after 5 years of growth.
I'm not saying you're not complying, but I mean, you aren't showing realistically, I guess, from day one, what these plantings is really going to be visible there. And I think 5 years for the deciduous trees is a stretch to say that you're going to have that height in 5 years.
I wanted to bring up, commented you would like the sidewalk adjacent to parking area. All the parking areas that are inward towards the building and adjacent to the sidewalk. Along the south side and of the property. We discussed the wall design with the structural engineer, and they said that the spacing we are proposing is sufficient for them to design an engineered wall to perform. We want it to perform, and engineering wall design will provide that for you.
Okay.
Those are the items.
We covered it, yeah.
The buffering up against residential areas, and you have commercial property being put in. Must be some kind of
Requirements that address that. So it's something that we have an opportunity now to try to see if they can provide renderings and see if they can make the burden of trying to show that it.
Board have any questions, Cindy?
Questions and comments. One of the things that confuse traffic and the number of, I read the traffic assessment, it's I think 38 vehicles and 40 in each. I'm seeing all the parking spots and loading docks. Hard for me to wrap my head around.
So, as far as the traffic side is concerned, whenever we look at this type of use, this industrial, the two main types of vehicles. That may include pickup. Engineer, one of the things that we want to look at when we analyze any type of development is we want to look at is the people traffic. And if we were to superimpose that traffic on top of that, are there any negative effects? And if so, we need to mitigate. 37. Two truck trips and two. So the one issue, an issue that's more of clarification is the fact that ordinances, that's due to the fact that we're correlate necessarily to the amount of traffic we anticipate. We could probably provide less parking on this site, still be just fine with respect to the amount of traffic we anticipate in and out of this facility.
Matt, sorry, just for clarification, do you anticipate seek?
Site would anticipate.
So you believe that you'll be over parked,
Correct.
but you're not going to seek a variance to reduce your parking down to what you believe you'll need to use for the site?
That is correct.
Clear, the current parking is based on the ordinance, not on the.
Most at 9. Oh, with the 1 hour within 7-9. And 1 hour, which would make more sense of where everybody's trying to come in on a 7 to 3 shift, let's say. You said how many cars to park?
38, 36, 38.
So if you're anticipating 38, you're, for the record, clearly stating that you might need only 40. There's 167 spaces, not, and the ordinance, the way they calculate it, only required 165. So, and if you don't need 100, if you only need 45 and the ordinance is 165, why do you even put in 2 extra spaces? For example, to me, that sounds like there's a peak hour.
Again, just keep in mind too, that this issue comes up, that municipal ordinances relating to parking, and I can't speak to Upper Chichester's ordinance with respect to when it was adopted, with respect to parking and how it was adopted, what went into coming up with those numbers. I can tell you that I've looked at parking requirements in many municipalities over the years, and some of those parking requirements have been in place for 20 years, 25 years, 30 years, and others, they just go and say, oh, Upper
completed by TBD, standard practice and procedure, realizing commonly accepted.
I did not say they didn't do it right. I'm just saying it is a stretch. I never said to Matt that he did his calculations wrong. I'm just saying that it almost sounds like I'm agreeing.
We determined as we get further in this process, and it ultimately said, but you really don't need them. We prefer that you show them as grass for now, and if you need them, great, then we will. But right now, our obligation is to demonstrate compliance. The last thing we want to do is come in here and have somebody say, well, you've got a 105,000 square foot building, and you're only showing 70 parking spaces. How can you possibly serve?
Heavily manned, of which even when you watch news, it sounds like the technology is getting these warehouses with robotics anyway. So, I mean, I still agree that you probably don't have that amount, but I guess that would be the explanation of what, Matt I think is trying to get at, is that the ordinance requires X amount, but that facility.
Right, that does answer that question.
Right.
Thank you. So in a 24-hour period, what is the estimated number of passenger vehicles versus vans versus tractor trailers?
So again, in table 6, in that same table that I just put before, in the peak hours, we look at the average weekday. Now, traffic, we anticipate the average weekday. So we anticipate 148 vehicular trips. If I say 148 trips, 74 vehicles, in and out, that would correlate to 2 shifts.
The other issue I want to talk about is not about traffic.
Sweet.
It's about historic preservation. The proposal is to remove all of the buildings on the site, including the house. Larkin and his descendants owned the property through most of the 19th century. I don't know if you're all aware, but Upper Chichester has a very deep Quaker history from the founding of the state of Pennsylvania to present day, when we have one of the longest continuous meetings till his death in 1870. So during his leadership, Salkeld Larkin donated an acre of land at the corner of Chichester Avenue and Larkin Road, which is obviously named for the family, where the New Orthodox congregation built a meeting house at the school. Both of those buildings are still standing and have been adapted for reuse as commercial properties. Following passage of the public school laws in Pennsylvania, Salkeld Larkin was one of the first school directors. He was one of the directors on the first school board. When the local public schools became overcrowded, in 1842, school number 3 was established, and it was initially held in the Larkin House until the Larkin Schoolhouse was built on the corner of Summers Lane and Chichester Avenue. That schoolhouse is also still standing. It's been adapted for reuse as a private residence. So the collection of buildings, the farm, the 2 meeting houses, the schoolhouses, are all the physical reminders of an important time in our township history. And it's my hope that a way can be found to preserve those buildings on the site in the future use of the property, as opposed to the current plan to demolish them all.
Thank you for the history. It's more than I was able to find.
I have plenty more.
So unfortunately, I was not at the last planning commission meeting when this was presented, but I believe what was passed along to me was that we were asked to try and sit down with what we were told were appropriate personnel to talk about particularly the home on the site. And we did that. We actually had a meeting and we made some suggestions and some comments and some things that we would be willing to consider. I believe that a prior plan for development of the site talked about maintaining the home and simply relocating it on the site. We talked about that. We talked about the possibility of taking the home and maybe relocating it somewhere else that might be more appropriate or people might prefer. But we haven't gotten any feedback. We actually even provided a plan that showed the possibility of relocating the home. So we're still waiting on feedback from the township on those concepts. Quite frankly, and I don't know if this was discussed last time, what we shared at that meeting was the house is in pretty poor condition as it is today. The barn is actually probably in better possibility of doing something to preserve some of that history here, whether it's relocation or what have you. So that's where we are right now, and we'd love some feedback.
I'm happy to hear that. Thank you.
Thanks.
Is there a proposed exterior for the building at this point, or is it still?
Not yet, no.
I guess I just have a general comment. I know traffic studies and estimations have been done. I just find it very hard to believe that this would not negatively impact traffic, especially further down the Chiat. Close to zero impact. Well, I mean, not zero. I know you're not saying zero, but have you ever driven down Chiat Avenue?
So I would say it's not zero impact. We have suggested certain adjustments. I question in the township's traffic engineer review letter about the next intersection down on Chichester Avenue, looking at possibly extending the queues, but that would also incorporate obviously timing efficiency. There are things that we're doing to help kind of not only mitigate the impact of this development, we've also looked at, not just analyzed, but also looked at our traffic volumes that are. I don't know the answer whether or not it's a facility or not. Just, you know, that would be able to determine if it's a.
Because my only worry is, so you have all these
Trucks that are connected this way. Access the back.
but even then, they're still gonna come around to the back, and on the bottom
Yeah,
left-hand
it's-
corner of the property, you you still have houses that are right there.
Agreed, yes.
And the trucks are gonna be idling at night and making noise, and they've got the dumpster there too, not too far.
Understood. I just want to clarify that there'll be. Facilities, it's very rare that any of them operate overnight. I would say that, I have a couple in Florida that take long hauls and occasionally take a delivery in the middle of the night. Or very, very occasionally comes in. Don't have.
We're saying rare.
I can hear a Jake rig going down the highway at 1 AM. I don't think, you understand, I'm still gonna hear a truck idling half the distance to my house.
The trees to the border, the initial size, so they don't have to wait, whatever it is, 5 years, then to be fully mature.
So I'll answer that question. So
So some of the concerns have already been covered, particularly by Chuck and Cindy. But I do have several. I live near a facility that operates 24/7, taking cars off of rail cars, put them on, moving trains in and out. And let me tell you, it's not pleasant. So I'm just curious, do any of you live near the facilities that you're building? Which way I vote, based on what I hear from the public. Thank you.
For a period of time. And what I'm imagining is 322 projects completed, and there's a tremendous amount of traffic coming down Chelsea Parkway. I'm anticipating that's going to be a problem whenever that happens. As long as Bethel Avenue is going to be closed and everything's going to be diverted down Chelsea Parkway. At whatever period of time that happens, I can see eliminating my concerns for your facility if you came down Chelsea Parkway and there was a left-hand turn lane. There was a center lane for through traffic. I wonder where that would go. I think it would go right into your facility. And a right-hand turn lane. That would almost eliminate the potential of your trucks impeding our traffic, the township's general traffic, from having to go through. And I don't know what the width of Chelsea Parkway is or how much we'd have to talk to the current landlords of Larkin Corner who own part of the parking lot there, or how close they are to the buildings, or when or where you would expand that. But if you're going to have a straight through shot right into that building, the trucks would be almost non-existent from a standpoint of worrying about traffic. They'd have their own lane, except for your workers who would also go in that lane, but that's not a big deal anyway. But it's just a thought. It's something I don't know whether or not that's possible. I did mention something about the buildings, and I happen to fall across the statute anywhere, the ordinance. It's 675E, which simply says, dealing with the building, each building shall be designed so as to minimize its non-residential appearance insofar as practicable, afford minimal external evidence of the operation conducted wherein. So my point being, when I said, what's this building going to look like? Is it going to be just a steel structure? Is it going to be some kind of structure that is going to accommodate its acceptance into the community as part of the community without just drawing attention to, wow, there's a warehouse. And that's what that particular section is. And I agree, Alex, it's a little ambiguous. There's no real using words as much as practicable and stuff like that leaves a lot to be interpreted. But if the building had some kind of design that in itself made it down and see that it's some kind of warehouse, unless on the top of the warehouse you wrote "Welcome to Upper Chai" or something like that. No way that that's not going to be seen. So agreed, if you were standing there and looking down, some higher trees might abate the fact that there's a warehouse there. Funny story about warehouses, but I won't mention it now. It takes too long. The other concern that I have, and it's a major concern, and I think it's something that I heard something that you said that sparked some interest, and that was with respect to the buildings that are currently on the property. You're waiting for feedback. And what I think this board would want to know is what is the ultimate decision with respect to the buildings, and how they're going to be handled. And I'm wondering, and George, you can chime in on this. Seems apparent to me that the movement that we're doing here in Upper Chichester with respect to streetscapes and revitalizing the area and whatnot, we're taking into consideration our overall appearance and how we represent ourselves as a community. I think the Historical Society would be very much interested in sitting down with you and whatnot, trying to work out some kind of an agreeable resolution to this, with potentially kicking around the ideas as to what might be tenable, whether barn substitute is tenable, whether building movement is the only answer, etc. And I think that Cindy, you can speak for the Historical Society if you want to, but how you'd feel about that.
I think that's a great, Charlie, and when earlier plan was not on the planning committee, but we did talk with developer in the township. Moving the house on the site relocation. So, yeah,
George, how do you feel about that?
So I'm going to make an assumption that this group is going to be coming back to planning. But again, I'm not on the board, so I don't do any of their voting and recommendation. But my suggestion would be, prior to whatever the next step is, it would make sense now that the plan has been presented to
In the room, we're going to open up the public comments over the phone. Okay, so anyone listening right now, you will have an opportunity also to call in, and I'll give you that information when we get to that point. So what I'd like to do is invite anybody from the left-hand side of the room, all right, who wants to call up, raise your hand. If you want to come up and speak. Not to come up, well, that's all right.
Okay, if I stay here, can you hear me?
You can stay there, fine. You
I
got a
can roll
microphone.
over
No,
there.
you got a microphone, you're fine. All right, and then when they're done, we'll ask somebody on the right-hand side of the room. So state your name and address for the record, and then
Okay, my name is Barbara Rebold. I live at 5102 Martin Lane. So I really liked what some of you have said about reducing the number of spaces, because it seems to me that those are just being kept to make the building more valuable to a next occupant perhaps, and not really necessary for right now. Also, if it's operating 24 hours, and I know there's early comments about ADA parking. Now you can see I use a scooter, but I often use canes, and walking 24-foot ramp is not easy. And all of the ADA, to be compliant, It takes into account wheelchairs and scooters. But most of the people who need the ADA are people who cares about this. I care about this too, and I'm not on the Historic Commission. Um, it is better for the quality of our township to keep that piece. I also understand there's a comprehensive plan.
We can cover that. In fact, you can speak if you want to, but okay.
And also, if you reduce the number of parking spaces, you could put more trees in, because the trees idea, I do like that trees idea. And I wanted to address the Chelsea Parkway traffic problem. And we keep talking about the traffic coming down Chelsea problem, and this will just make it worse. And thank you for listening.
Anybody else on this side of the room? Gentleman back here.
Yeah, I'm gonna. This will be. It'll be like two. Yeah, my name is Robert Morrison, 1606 Summers Lane.
I'm Maureen Wall. I live at 5105 Martin Avenue. It's a street, nobody knows what it really is. PennDOT says it's lane and the taxes say it's avenue, so it's whatever you want to call it.
What's the IRS say? Never mind.
Um,
We're allowed to have here in the township. George, you might want to speak to, that has nothing to do specifically with building the building, and has to do with what type of businesses are permitted within it.
Codes.
No, I understand that. No, I understand that part of it.
I don't have the code to be able to give you verbatim, which is the zoning that the township has that requires the more extensive buffer than any other zoning, which is what is here, which again, I know it is not a lot, but comparative to the other zoning districts, it's between the residential and the property at the buffer, and the uses are less invasive. So they can't have, like, for instance, in our industrial, take ice, those type of.
So we're saying for drums also. Ammonia, flammable substances, that in there. And if you lose that drum at your loading dock, you could impact those neighbors. Buffer is not. It'd be a couple of 100 feet back. Boom could go. So that is a concern. I come up and down Chichester Avenue and we have to come Chelsea. Okay, that is a better thing. And the loading docks are on this bottom side of the building. And I heard somebody say 12 loading docks.
Here in Chichester. He could be close to both his children and his workplace that he loves. Tell on your faces, you do not care about these houses. This is ridiculous. This is too close to house. Not to mention, it's not that this was just concrete. When we all moved here, we have visions. We can see goats. I have pictures of your children going from goats to this. You, look at that. Look how close Gaspari would be to that. Is that scary? Is that a scary thought for you, for your children to go from that to that? Actually, don't answer. You know the answer. It's clear what the answer. Too close to residential houses. Traffic situation, this is going to be a nightmare. It is a little better that they're coming up a different route than I thought. I'm having a very hard time picturing the land and this being there and this not being very loud and just way too. I'm very terrified by this.
Thank you. This side of the room, gentlemen, you had it.
Good evening. Thank you. Anthony Dalvaccio, 1504 Summers Lane.
So how much sunlight is going to get through into my yard when those trees stop growing? You know, all the trees for the sight line. I don't mind that I can't see. I care if I can see that property or not. And that's me looking that way. What sunlight is still going to be able to get through? What's the decibel level going to?
Are any other questions within the room? Yes.
Mary Morrison, 1606. The lighting was an issue. We're gonna have floodlights. Our living room is in the back of the house. Are we gonna have to rearrange my house? Concern of mine, because we do have kids in the neighborhood. We hope to retire here. I don't think I want to now.
Thank you. Oh, go ahead.
Yes. I was a tractor trailer driver, okay? Okay,
Can
and what happened?
Your name
is-
and address, please?
I'm sorry? Oh, my name's Stanley Coombs. I live in, that's it. I mean, before they can idle their truck down, that smoke is in the air. And it'll stay on a cloudy day. It stays in the air and it gets on everything. It gets in your eyes, everything. So that's the problem right there. And if a guy in the wintertime leaves his truck idle, bad call, because when a truck idle, it builds up smoke inside. Then it blows, believe me. And I work, and then I don't want trucks coming past my yard, you know, rattling my yard and rattling my walls and everything. Believe me, I don't want that. It's not a good idea. So, thank you.
Thank you. Andrew, we're going to open this at 71690 pound. We'll give that about a minute or two and see if there's anybody out there who would make some comments. Sure.
One to answer Mrs. Revolt's question about the 2005 comprehensive basic list. Driving along a road to mention is comment, I'm sorry I didn't get your name, about the condition of the buildings. Our historic demolition ordinance does prohibit the vacate.
Yeah, respect to what's permitted to be built there, right? And unfortunately, that is called a by right permission, which is something that the township could fight if it were against public policy or if it was against something like that. But by right, they have. But so the comprehensive plan, which Cindy was referring to, and a question came up about that. 2015, 2005, 2005. It was a joint comprehensive plan with Upper Chichester, Aston, Lower Chichester, or whatever, to try to come up with a new comprehensive plan. But that's just a wish and a hope and a prayer. That's what we think it should look like. And then it's up to the residents like yourselves to come in and make comments like you did this evening with respect to how you feel about where you are, what is being built within the township, and what your concerns are. And hopefully we'll be able to abate some of the, be able to get resolved. But just personal note, but the other information that we discussed tonight, I don't think we're positioned tonight whether, if we were to vote on it, we would say no tonight. So further discussion. And anybody in the community is welcome to come back and voice their opinions. Your comments have been noted. They're part of the official record for this evening, right? And we thank you for coming. Take a 5-minute break.
How you doing? Like, if you email me, I'm
Yeah. Now, I'm looking for my agenda. All right. All right, we'll go back to our agenda right now. There will not be a presentation from 3033 Market Street nor 900 Township Line Road. Opted not to come this evening. Next order of business is an update on our Heart and Soul project.
The Heart and Soul is still continuing to work towards completing the community action report, and they still hope to be done, I believe, within the next month.
George, you want to give us a Saldo update?
I was hoping to get Brian Siddell here tonight, but he had a scheduling conflict. So I'm working with him to set up to see if he can be here for the next meeting, or if we can set up an additional meeting sometime in the time being for us to get together. So we have the draft table of contents completed, and then we have this working Excel sheet, which we've been pulling in the sections from the county Saldo that we believe will fit into that. The Saldo ordinance we currently have, I believe, is from the 70s, I want to say. There was like a rewrite a little bit in the early 90s, but the true like context is from the 1970s. So the laws have changed, development has changed, and we'd like to get something that is more in line with current standards. We'd also like to have something that is functional for not only the engineers and the planners and the architects and the developers who are seasoned and do this quite a bit, but also something that's working for someone that maybe doesn't have that level of experience. So it's the actual law portion of it is going to be condensed to a much smaller booklet, and then it's going to have a bunch of these like appendixes, which are design standards, and they're going to be written up and developed in a manner that you not only read them, but you can also see them. So there'll be lots of picture examples. So for instance, I'm just street lights. Here's our standard street light. Here's what it looks like. Here's what it's called. Standard width and design of sidewalk in various areas. So the rendering of kind of what it could be. So this book's going to give you that rendering. So we need to have a meeting to discuss what's done so far, what the aspects that we need to go through still are, and what input we need. Because we're going to need input on there's various questions all throughout the ordinance that are going to relate to the activities as they are here at the desk for the Planning Commission. So we're going to we need dialogue with you guys on what makes the most sense of how that would operate.
In consideration of what we're talking about, the Saldo, could that be considered Brian's presentation? Could that be information and training rather than something under the Sunshine Law or something like that?
Absolutely. It does not have to be done at a public meeting. So we are having a working session towards a working document internally. So it would be informational in nature and Q&A.
So maybe we could have like a Zoom type thing or something.
And then we can get that on kind of like a regular schedule too, because we're going to need to meet pretty frequently as we go through this
But
process.
they're doing it in sections. Administrative sections with other sections.
Right, so
You're not making any decisions.
No, yeah, it's going to be information and training. What do you think type thing and whatnot. We're not writing the Saldo.
So we'll have to go in front of the Board of Commissioners, who will ultimately be the approval body.
George, things like the specific design for like lighting and things like that, that be more of a comprehensive plan item, or you're actually planning on sticking to Saldo? If you're sticking to the Saldo, then it's an ordinance. You got a whole process where a comprehensive plan can be changed, like, theoretically.
Yeah, so I don't know, we could get into the conversation about the comprehensive plan, because I think that, so we have kind of backed off from a township about, with this standardized, them to get additional clients, but if it's not functional and it's not something that's digestible by, all levels, the elected officials, the staff, the community, it kind of it loses its zest. So what we've been kind of doing is working kind of this bottom-up approach, right? So internally, we have divided the township into these different, we're going to call them districts. And then instead of saying every 15 years, we've got to do this new comp plan, we're kind of setting a life on each of these plans and saying, this is a 10-year plan, this is a 5-year plan, we've got to redo it. Now, the good news is in doing this, we read this and we said, you know what, we need a spine though for this, because if we're just doing these comp plans and they're all different, very different, there's no binding documents to kind of, how are we going to have the cohesiveness across the items that we see as being bringing the cohesiveness to this are the Master Parks and Rec Plan. The Master Parks and Rec Plan will be done for the entire township, but we'll give the components to go to each of the areas. And the idea was to tie recreation throughout the township, work on connecting people from one recreational asset to another recreational asset. The other element is heart and soul. So having these value statements and having a process now for soliciting feedback from the residents on each of these. So we now have a system in place that we can use to solicit feedback, as well as core values identified by the residents that processes. And then the Saldo rewrite, going through this, having these design standards built to our ordinance so that they're in there and they're functional. So it would be beneficial to look at the strategy of how many plans can be done, how frequently, how long a plan should live, and what's the objective of it. Get that outline, pulling it all together.
I think knowing about developing a comprehensive plan, and I think you mentioned a word which I really like, which is the spine, to kind of pull it all together. Can't build silos and hope that everything's going to fall together. You got to have some major standards that you're looking. Is the annual report status update? And Cindy, I think you have something on that. Minor. All right. I don't know. And I had an opportunity with one of the plans to sit through some of the process before it came. You might have some discussions with a little bit more of the process than we currently have, because you're more or less in on some of the concerns. Like, we see the results of could be a lot of historical type things related to it, and you might be like, hey, let me have a public hearing, which is okay. We could do that. So if we're doing something that's going to impact on the public with respect to a development or anything else that might come before us, then we need to share what we're talking about with them.
To the community day to the union.
So basically, the union, what's going on with the Philadelphia Union, I spoke to them March 14th. What we would do is we got to purchase $100 to secure it. They're going to give us tickets. They're going to give us tickets for May 14th. If your family buy back $50,
you got a major deal,
and that's when you get paid. Nonprofit children's fields. The 2-hour field rate rental is subject to availability. That's $50. There's no increase. And the spring rentals and summer rental and fall per team, those hours that they're on the field, and for all those days that they're on the field, $450 is pretty much nothing. All right. So I wanted to increase it to $650, which will be in March. Okay. More machines and another rack to hold weights. Right now we have 5 people signed up for the after school. The age range for golf is 6 to 18.
6 to 18. Wow.
Yeah.
Fun.
All right. I got a requisition. As of right now, they are not using field 4 at all. Just 1, 2, and 3. On Wednesdays, Upper Chichester Police Department will be using field 1 from 6 to 9 for softball, or 6 to 8, I'm sorry. They have a softball team. They're in the league, and their home games will be here. So on Wednesday,
Summer camp didn't have any issues and any problems with that, with them, but our counselors will depend on how many kids we get. We're not going to have a boatload of counselors and not enough kids. Younger group helping out that. All right.
How many kids did you have last year?
Last year we had, on our highest week, we had about 36, 37 kids.
And what are the hours again, Brian?
8 to 4, 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. All right.
Mm-hmm.
$25 non-refundable.
You did trips also, didn't you?
We did one trip at the end of the year. We went to, I was going to say Lungs Pond, but we went to Killings Pond, Woodard Park, which was a great, nice little water park that we went to. That we'll probably look to go again. This year, we may do 2 trips, but we definitely doing an end of the year trip to Killings Pond. We open it up, and as you guys know, that the camp is open up to school district area kids. April 16th. I met with everything. I think that would be nice, you know, just having stuff like that. And then also having a basket full of candy to possibly give out to the kids. Now, we don't have to do the Easter egg hunt. We can just give out candy and
4 years and then maybe a third.
so
depending.
correct. So what we was thinking about doing with that was having different times. So on the flyer, on the announcement, have at 11 o'clock, you have 6 to 8 year olds. At 11.
But you could rope it off.
Correct.
You rope
You're
it
absolutely
off.
right for that. You know, the middle group and field 4 or field 1. We can still use field 1. We don't even have to go to field 4.
Right. And you can do an Easter egg roll if you want, like the White House does.
Easter egg what?
An Easter egg roll. I did one here one year.
Roll?
Yeah.
Oh,
you
it's
roll-
so much.
You roll the egg.
You make them hold the hand that they use normally behind their back, and you make them use the other hand, and they have to use a wooden spoon and roll it down the path. Just
Okay.
down. And you have to wear your Easter bonnet.
All right. So we're going to have another meeting with Kevin, with the pastor.
I had one here at my house one time. It was, yes.
So the rain date.
Yeah.
All right.
Uh-huh. Yep.
Cool. Rec staff support, just to let you guys know, we're not going to possibly hire somebody. I'm going to look at some of the local colleges to see about an internship, see if there's any kids for an answer event.
And when's that from?
I can't remember the date. I have to get you the date, but I think it's somewhere in April or May.
Okay.
Also, we got a call from Delaware County seniors. They're looking at a spot to have a pickleball tournament. So it's Delaware County seniors.
Nice.
So if we wanted to, honestly, if we wanted to during the day, because pickleball is more active during the day than any other thing we have at the field, at the rec. And the only reason why we don't have 50 or 60 people.
Events.
Not all ears.
But I'm not sure if this would fall under us or a different department within.
Well, it's funny you say that because Andrew's here and he's part of a different department that may work for it.
I would never dare. Don't worry. You don't need to go on mute.
Bands and marching bands and that you want to know for marching bands. He's like, so let's put it together. So I'm still throwing out there to have it that Friday right after Thanksgiving. That Saturday right after Thanksgiving. It'd kick off the holiday spirit.
What a perfect time to talk to everyone about what they'd like to see in Upper Chichester.
Recreation guys standing right here. We've done a lot with the recreation board in terms of some changes. Not that the old one was bad, it's just we wanted to try new things. I think the town center concept here, we've toured Percy recently, and that was a great kind of concept. and you can walk to a lot of things. And I think if we can improve the center of town.
Fiorelli, I own the Fiorelli Agency. We're insurance and finance, have a nice place to have a nice homey, small town feel.
I'm Marion Grayson. This is Colleen Peden. Business-wise, I think that helps us community-wise. So I'm looking forward to that. I think that's great things that are happening.
Financial consulting. I've been in town here for about 11 years now. As a business owner, I have a business slant. I'm looking at when I drive down to my business.
We need to have the generations connect more. We got brilliant.
If you're turning left and you see a flashing left turn arrow, it's simple. Be cautious, and after yielding to oncoming traffic and pedestrians, make your left turn. Left. Oncoming traffic must stop. A solid yellow arrow warns you that the left turn signal is about to turn red, and you should be prepared to stop or prepared to complete your left turn if you're within the intersection. A solid red arrow means stop. Drivers turning left must stop. Remember,
Grapes, wine, and beer. According to a Penn State report, they could drain Pennsylvania's economy of at least $324 million. I can lay at least 1 to 2 egg masses that contain 30 to 50 eggs each. Most of the eggs are covered in a white secretion that turns to mud color and eventually cracks. Eradicating this invasive species is a monumental task. There are no natural predators here to truly help deplete their growing population. It is up to us as a community to take action. Penn
New invasive insect that was first found in Pennsylvania in 2014. We now know that it is also in a small area in Virginia. We need a lot of education to enlist the help of everyone to fight against it. When you see the spotted lanternfly in the media, you often see this image at the upper left with the wings displayed, and you can see the red underwings. It is native to parts of Asia, including China, Vietnam, and Bangladesh, and it was recently introduced into South Korea. When it came to South Korea, it rapidly spread across the country in about Department of Agriculture, and so far the spotted lanternfly has been found in the southeastern part of Pennsylvania. The map shows where, through their survey efforts, the Department of Agriculture has found it, shown in the red dots. And then also the green dots show where they have looked for it, but they have not found it. So there has been a lot of survey work going on in Pennsylvania. This is a map from the Pennsylvania Department of Agriculture showing 13 counties that are currently under quarantine. And this is likely to change, so keep checking the Pennsylvania plants, including daylilies, basil, cucumbers, but primarily we think of them as a pest on leghorn sumac, and there are many others. When they're in their young host range experiments, where researchers have put them in cloth cages exclusively on these plants in the US, and that is in the billions of dollars per year in value. We're the 4th largest producer in the US of apples and peaches, and the 5th largest producer of grapes. The spotted lanternfly has piercing sucking mouth parts. It's a big plant hopper, and you can see that mouth part on the underside of the insect in this picture. It's almost like a straw that they'll insert into. So this is the sort of effect that we are seeing in Pennsylvania. Here is an Ailanthus altissima tree, the tree of heaven, one of its preferred hosts, and there's a very high population of adults feeding on it. The adults wound the tree bark with their mouth parts, and you can see the sap flowing from the wounds, but they're also ingesting the tree sap and excreting the honeydew, and then there's sooty mold accumulating underneath this group of insects. You can see the black, many stinging insects buzzing around the trees, which is also problematic in residential landscapes. Pattern of the remnants of the sooty mold even after pressure washing. So this is a problem in residential landscapes and can affect the value of some of the hardscape. In September of 2017, the adults really took to flight and started to swarm around trees and tall the insects that were accumulating on their deck. They swarmed to the warm side of the house, and there was nothing there for them to eat, and they desiccated and died. So they could just sweep them up with a shop vac. In September of 2017, we also trees. They're feeding on the woody parts of the trees, not on the fruit. It is a site use requirement. So this orchard producer could use an insecticide that was labeled for his fruit crops. And the spotted lanternfly of younger Ailanthus trees, tree of heaven, that sustained heavy populations of spotted lanternfly for 2 years. And in the 3rd year, we started to observe on the tender young parts of the branches. We observed its skin, it's the next instar. And then the adults appear. In this picture, we're looking at younger instars. This is a 2nd instar stage, and they are black with white spots. So the first 3 instars are black with white spots. Then the 4th instar develops a red color, goes directly from that 4th instar stage. The skin of that life stage will crack open and they lay up to 2 egg masses. Each egg mass has between 30 and 50 eggs. She lays her eggs in rows, and they're all right next to one another, lined up. And then she covers them with a secretion from her body to protect them. When it first comes out, it's white and wet, but it dries to a mud-like appearance. This is a picture of an egg mass that I took in November. And here the female covered most of the egg mass with this secretion, this waxy covering, but some of the eggs are remaining uncovered, and this changes over time. This is a picture showing an egg mass that is completely covered. And here are old egg masses from the previous year. You can see the holes in the tops where the young nymphs had crawled out. Don't have any hope that in southeast Pennsylvania cold temperatures will kill the insects over the winter. Here is a birch tree that has a high number of egg masses. There were many, many eggs on this tree. And you can see that by scraping and destroying these eggs, you really can have an effect on the population. Eating them, praying mantids, and this is a wheel bug, one of the assassin bugs, and it's feed lanternfly PSU for Penn State University. And we are cross-posting a lot of our information on these 2 sites. The PDA site has many maps that show, the distribution of the insect at the moment, and that is where the current quarantine information will be housed.
Hello, my name is Amanda Goldsmith, and I'm the spotted lanternfly technician at the Lancaster County Conservation District. I'm back again with an updated sticky tape video for the invasive spotted lanternfly. Since the creation of my video using chicken wire, Penn State has updated the recommendations based on research and observations. Fiberglass mesh, window screen, or any variant. The best part about using this mesh is that it will actually trap more adult spotted lanternflies than not using a barrier. When they crawl up the tree, they'll normally just try to get off the tape, and they're pretty strong, so they would get off. With this mesh, they'll crawl up, try to hop off, and the mesh will trap them in and forces them right back on the tape. A lot of times they get stuck on the wings then instead.
Inches of mesh. If you are measuring the circumference instead of the diameter, follow the same guidelines. Measure out the mesh equal out to show and get underneath. Other
vertebrates and other insects.
Living their best lives. It is summer after all, and I'm just taking in the beautiful rec center.
And like I said, everybody knows us, knows Adam, knows Jackie, knows Maz, and knows Alyssa.
knows me, and we always be friendly. That's why they come here, and it's a good quality as well. I mean, Adam, I told him everything he knows in the kitchen, and he still, the paperwork, business went down to not be here. Sign, I called Jackie and Adam and the kids, and I was like, what do you think if we open an ice cream spot? He said, ah, great idea. And Coca.
And range from $5 to $44. The savings are incredible. They range from $5 to $44. You're welcome.
Everything has been the same since 1970. So when Wawa came on board and the booth went down, community.
My name is Ed Coleman. I'm the CEO of Community Action Agency of Delaware County. We're at 1414 Meeting House Road. The facility that we took over about 8 years ago and did a major renovation, so we're...
I think there's a lot of opportunity here for change, and I think that we started to implement some of those things, both, you know, I'll say it because it's recreation.
I'm Marion Grayson. This is Colleen Peden, and we are...
Each other and preserve.
And the win and the surprise that her and her fellow officers have set up for their class. The class of 22 is definitely an inspiring.
Mary was undoubted of prison inspectors from teaching career. In 1911, Daisy made local history by becoming the first elected woman director of the school Memorial Nursing Home.
Here.org. Thank you.
And the back-to-back. So now, we'll just put it together. So we're dancing, as we said before, the leader always starts on their back to know that I'm not throwing her away. On which Alright, side to side. Alright, so just practice that. Just keep switching it up. Don't let them know what you're gonna do. That's the fun part about being a lead is what you're gonna do. We go one, just wiggling there. I just do something, put it behind me.
Julian today to his shooting side in his pocket. Julian, take a shot. So that's
what's the side to side. So we learned on the side to side that we basically step out 5, 6, 7 basic. 1, 2, 3, and 5. 3. All right. Mirror image. We're gonna do the same. The reason we do that, A, it's more natural, and B, we get that Latin motion. So we go 5, step in place with our left, 6, and bring it back on 7. 7. Be more fluid. 1, 2, 3, 4. 5. 1, 5, side to side.
Start defensively. We'll do a couple defensive drills. First one. For infielders, come up and pop up like you're going to throw to first base, just to keep your feet rhythm. And if you're an outfielder, you can pop up and use a crow hop, but just right. Long toss throw.
Before we move around the throw, it's important that you use both feet. So now Alex has just moved to doing the pullback. His left foot. Right? Make sure you receive it on different areas of the foot. So Alex. Absolutely.
I'm Chrissy from Kelly's Landscaping. Just wanted to programming and also to help the library. This year he has created a really fun camp for the kids, a day camp for the community, and he allowed the library to have their STEM program for the first 2 hours of his day camp.
But with younger people as well, running camps, doing basketball.
Or an operator of a motor vehicle, such as our stop sticks.
about your experiences by family. I'm not just the commander. We let them use the downstairs as meeting, and however, now we couldn't have the Christmas party, they didn't cooperate. So that's one piece we do. We perform honor guards at our veterans viewings, what we can donate. COVID was something that no one was prepared for. When I first stepped up to become command members, it was like I said, this is an escape for us. My generation training up to go to Bosnia at the time. A few years later, the Iraq out of Camp Taji, which is north of Baghdad, as a striker brigade. We went over as a brigade level. To the deployments.
And see, and he, it wasn't a super long letter, but a concept of Game of Thrones. It's kind of nutty that would happen, but crazy things do happen. Superman is pretty popular. His voice, and well, he's he had to take vacation, so the writers had to think of a way on the radio show that.